Okay, good morning everybody and welcome to Sheffield Awesome Walls for the 2022 British Lead Climbing Championships, organised by the British Mountaineering Council and GB Climbing. Today in the commentary booth for this live stream we have myself, Tom Greenall. I'm the head coach for GB Climbing and I am delighted to have Molly Thompson-Smith with me. Good morning, Molly.
Good morning, Tom. Nice to be here.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? I was going to say, it's been such a long season. It's nice to be back home for what is essentially the final competition of the year.
Yeah, and definitely the national highlight for lead as well. It's definitely a competition I've been looking forward to all year, so it's nice to be here.
That's good. Just before we get into a quick sort of introduction from Molly and myself, what we thought we would do is just go through a short running order so that folks back home are joining are aware of the order of play. So we have multiple categories competing in this British League Climbing Championships final. We're going to begin with the Veterans category before moving on to the Youth C category, followed by the Youth B category, the Youth A category, and then finally the Senior category. As an overall view of how the competition will function, athletes are going to be climbing at the same time, male and female, but we do have some adjustments where there are different numbers of finalists. So all of the athletes you're going to see competing today qualified to this final via yesterday's qualifying round consisting of 2 routes, but where there were less than 21 competitors in the field you'll see 6 finalists, and where there are more than 21 you will see 8 finalists, just so you're aware of how that will work. Right, Molly, over to you. I'm sure that people who are joining from home are wondering, why is Molly on this side of the mic and not out there on the wall?
I know, it's starting to become a bit more regular, isn't it? I would absolutely love to be on the wall today, but unfortunately about a month ago I fractured and dislocated my ankle climbing out in the Peak District. So I am sat here in my cast, but very happy to be here watching everyone, and yeah, just wishing everyone the best and to have a lot of fun climbing.
It's lovely to have you with me up here, keeping me company.
It's good to be here.
For those of you maybe not so familiar with Molly, would you mind just giving us a bit of an intro to you? Because I suppose in terms of the expertise you're bringing to this, I'm sure folks want to know a bit more about your climbing.
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, I've done this competition I think I was looking back at photos this morning. I was in juniors in 2016, and I've been doing this competition ever since I was about 12 or 13 in the youth category, so I know exactly how all of these little Youth C kids feel, and I've been doing it almost every year up until now, basically. I've been competing on the World Cup circuit since I was 15, 16 years old, but BLCCs has always been a national highlight for me, so been here a while. Probably one of the oldest senior competitors, not in the vets category. But yeah, hopefully here for a bit longer after this as well.
Makes me shudder when you talk about being old. How old are you now?
I'm 24, almost 25.
24, almost 25.
I know.
A ripe old age of 25.
Not old, I know. But when you look at the talent here and how old everyone is in the senior category, I do feel quite old, I'm not going to lie.
So as a quick run through then, all the athletes are currently now out for observation. For those people at home joining, let's walk through a little bit about the format, about what actually will happen and what people can expect from the competition. So this is observation. Do you want to just explain a little bit about what the observation period is and means for athletes?
Yeah, so the competitors will have an allotted time to go through and read, which is what they're doing now. So look through the route, figure out the sequence they think the route setters want them to climb, or the sequence that looks best for themselves. They'll plan, where their hands go, where their feet go, which positions to clip in, and just make a plan of what they're going to do. So when they come out, it's a little bit more organised than just like pure on-sighting without having even looked or thought about the route. As you can see, they often read together, which is nice because sometimes you might miss something or you might not. You just might have different climbing brains, I'd say, and not see the intended way or a different way that could work well for you too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really interesting seeing all the categories out together, observing, sharing information, like you said, preparing their plan for their route. And this is different, isn't it, to the qualifying round, because qualifiers is in a flash format, and the flash format being where you actually have a video demonstration before and you're allowed to watch any other athletes that are climbing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the qualification round is still fair because everyone has seen a demonstration video, but sometimes beta that makes a crux or just the route in general a lot easier comes out at some point during the qualification round, and then it can be a bit more beneficial to come out later and have seen this. But in this format, no one sees anyone else climbing. You have no idea what the correct method or sequence is for the route. So it's kind of like as fair and pure as you can get.
Yeah, super cool. I had a conversation earlier with Max Ayrton, who's our chief setter here, and he was just walking me through the routes and some of the difficulties on it. And one of the things that comes up time and time again is that comparison between how hard the routes the people at home are about to watch these athletes competing on compared to stuff they might see in their local gym or outside. And Max was sort of talking about it's very difficult to compare because comp style is quite different. Obviously the routes aren't necessarily as long, the holes are very different, etc. But he did give me some rough grades as an approximation which we can go through. But what's your sort of thoughts and feelings on how the routes we're about to watch compare to what you might see in your local gym or an outside route?
Yeah, like Max said, it's really hard to compare. They do have their own style that isn't set in commercial gyms too often. It takes up a lot more space. It has very expensive holds on the wall, and is a bit more bold and just intense. Often it might not just be the moves that are tricky, but the clip positions or the clips themselves that are also tricky, and it's just, not something you generally get at your local gym, which is why I think comps are even more exciting to compete in. You get to climb amazing routes that are kind of like not once in a lifetime, but you never get to try these routes again most of the time, and they're just different and exciting, and a lot of thought's been put into them. These route setters, they've worked hard and set loads of routes, but they've spent so much time on each route and so much thought has gone into them that they really are like small masterpieces.
Yeah. And it's really good to see such a varied route setting team here in terms of experience. We obviously have Max, who's experienced. He did his first setting at IFSC World Cups this season, but also we've got Dave Barons as well, who's I suppose made that transition from athlete to coach route setter, but is highly experienced. In addition, we have Alex Mason as well, and the female setter in Zoe Wood. So it's nice to have a female setter as well joining the team this time. Yeah,
I think it's really important that a female route setter is involved in the route setting process when you have female categories in a competition. Like, it's just more representative, even in terms of like body size and shape and the types of moves that get put on the wall. So it's really cool to see Zoe bossing it and being part of the route setting team.
Yeah. They definitely, the route setters have commented to me that through that setting process they've really appreciated her input for exactly the reason that you've just said. And I think as well all of that lends itself much better to having better routes, better moves, better standard, better style, and all of that can really make a competition, can't it?
Yeah, for sure. And I'm sure Zoe's an inspiration to a lot of young women who maybe don't want to go down the actual athlete competition route or want to step it up from just recreational climbing. It must be a bit weird, like, to think, okay, if I want to do comps, but I don't want to compete. It's quite hard to picture yourself as a route setter, I guess, if there's not many female route setters out there to aspire to. So, big up Zoe.
Yeah. So in terms of just what we're about to sort of move, the observation process is now finished. We're going to be moving on to the veterans category, which is going to go first. And so looking at the wall, the veterans are going to be competing on the green route that we can see on the left-hand side here. Max has given us a tentative grade of 7C+ for this route, but he said take that with a pinch of salt. And also exciting as well to see this because we actually have some international athletes competing in this Vets Cat too.
I know, I'm actually, apart from the senior category, most excited for a few of the athletes in the veteran category in particular.
Okay. So looking through the list of athletes that we do have competing in the veterans category, we'll also see that we have some Ukrainian athletes as well. Actually, the parents of Evgenia Kazbekova, for those of you that follow the World Cup circuit, you will know Genia from internationals from school. Molly, you know Genia quite well.
Yeah, I know her very well. She's a lovely lady, and she has lovely parents as well, but an incredible climber. And it's almost no surprise when you look at the background, her parents and what they've achieved in their careers. They've had amazing careers themselves. It's really cool that they've passed it on to their children. I think Genia's sister is also here as well, so we have almost a full family competing here, which is really exciting.
Yeah, that's super cool. So the Kazbekovs actually, the family's actually moved to Manchester, obviously due to the terrible situation that their country is facing at the moment, but it's nice to see them here. It's nice to have them involved, and that, I think that's all part of the climbing community, isn't it? Is that they've been supported and embraced. It's nice to see them here.
Yeah,
cool.
I spoke to Natalia yesterday, and she was saying how much she loved it. She'd been to Malum, she'd been to Kilnsea, and she was just having a great time climbing over here. And it's so exciting to see her here, showing her expertise and her climbing skills, her competitive expertise, and just being an inspiration to the other veteran ladies here.
Yeah, that's super cool.
How often is it that you get like ex-international World Cup athletes competing in the vets category still at your national championships? Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah, it's super cool, isn't it? It's super cool, and hopefully that can be something that, as the competition scene continues to grow and build, we can see more people who do finish their competitive careers go on to have other sort of, explore other things in their life, still competing. I think that'd be really cool. Maybe we'll see you one day as in the vets
still
category.
Maybe. I'm not ruling it out.
Cool. Okay, so as we're waiting for our vets to join us to come and tackle this green route, Miles, for those people at home, let's have a quick run through how a lead competition is scored, so that when people see the climbing, they really kind of know what the athletes are trying to achieve.
Yeah, so I guess it's fairly simple in a way. The person who climbs the highest will win. Each hold has a score, and to achieve a plus, which is kind of like an in-between score between holds, you have to move. Now this is quite complicated actually. You have to move upwards with your hips going up. Is that right?
Yeah.
The centre of mass needs to move upwards in the direction of the route intended sequence.
Yeah, pretty much. It is complicated. It's your hips need to move in the logical line of progression with one or both hands.
You can tell he's done that one before.
That's my job internationally, to make sure that that's right. So yeah, Molly's absolutely right that when a climber doesn't actually hold the next hold in sequence, but they move towards it, provided their hips are moving towards it and their hand is moving towards it, then they can be awarded a plus. And that's something, Molly, that actually we see this at internationals. That plus can be really significant, kind of in separating and a split and positions when it comes to a final.
Yeah, 100%. It could be all the difference. It can be all the difference between making the next round, being on the podium, and winning a competition.
Yeah, it can be super exciting. So it'll be great to see these guys on this, battling it out on this route. I think we just probably have a small delay while they're getting themselves ready to come out.
The ropes have been pulled down, so we're a step closer. When the athletes come out for observation, they'll have the ropes pulled all the way through, so they know exactly which quick draws and which lines that they need to clip. And in a commercial gym like this, it can be quite confusing sometimes, because there are obviously more quick draws than will be used on the route, so they're generally clipped up. So if you see some quick draws that the athletes aren't clipping into, it's because they're clipped up and they're not in the line with the route.
Perfect. So just while we're having a quick, we're waiting here for the first athletes to join us. Molly, let's talk a little bit about this season, because obviously it's such a shame that you had this unfortunate accident right at the back end of the year. It was such a shame that you had to miss the Jakarta World Cup and finish off your year, but just talk us through a little bit about what this season's been like for you, because I think we've come through, we obviously had COVID, then we had a really difficult season, didn't we, in 2021, where there was still that hangover from COVID and it was difficult to travel. We as a team had to make some really tough calls as to whether to go or not go to events, but this was the first full year to be back out. So talk us a little bit about what your year was like.
I mean, it definitely felt like the first full year in a while, and actually maybe my first full season since 2017, so I was really excited for it. I didn't actually anticipate how hard it would be and how draining an experience it would be, but of course I would do it again, and I will do it again next year probably. But yeah, it was amazing to be back on the circuit and actually be a full circuit. We saw some incredible new talents come through this year, and as ever I was just blown away by how much the standard had increased since the last competitions last year. I mean, every year it happens, but it still surprises me every year, massively. This year was insane, and I think also this year it was the first year where people were really standing out in both disciplines, which obviously with Paris looming in the future is no surprise, but as a competitor I find it amazing how people can do 2 full seasons in a year and be on the podium in most finals. Personally, it was a little bit frustrating this season. I felt close to achieving all the goals I had, But it was still consistent. I made every semi-final. I've not missed a semi-final since 2016, so I'm doing all right. But yeah, it was a good motivator for next year. Obviously, it ended unfortunately, but I mean, it's a broken ankle. It could be worse, and there's so much training I can do over the winter, and I'll have plenty of time to get back. So.
Yeah, we're looking forward to having you back for sure next year.
I can't wait.
It's an interesting point, isn't it, what you say about the standard and how everything is increasing. I mean, I've been coaching with youth team, but more recently the senior team for about 10 years, and it still blows me away just how much the standard has increased, even in the time that we've known each other and been working together with GB. So this season definitely felt like a big step up in terms of standard and style, and also as well, I thought with lead in particular, we saw something quite exciting this year, which was talking to the route setters that the men's and women's routes were probably more equal than they've ever been.
Yeah.
In Innsbruck, we saw what the route setters believed to be the first 9A female final
Wow.
route. And that route in terms of difficulty was equal to the male final route, and I think that's just such a sign that the female standard is just pushing and pushing all the time, and I think that's really exciting for our sport, because
I mean, how many other sports are like that, really? I mean, how many other sports have had such a dramatic increase in standard over such a short space of time, and then how many other sports are almost so equal between genders? I think it's quite amazing, and it's quite cool how, people think Janja should enter the men's competition and wonder how she'd get on there, and how there's different styles of climbing, and it doesn't really matter like what gender you are. There could be equal chances, but I think we're about to kick off, so
perfect.
Back to the competition.
So here we go as we get underway. This is our first male competitor in the veterans category, Nigel Leeming, sporting a very fetching t-shirt.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing Nigel competing. Well, I mean, he's been competing at BLCCs for quite a while now, I think, in the vets category. But I also remember seeing him compete at maybe some local competitions in London, maybe boulder rounds. So it's really cool to see him tying on as well, and having been around for a long time and still psyched on competitions like the BLCCs.
Just watching Nigel make his way up the bottom section of this green route. So what's really common with competitions of this size, we have so many different categories that often the route setters will design routes which are to be shared between different groups, and then they're sometimes modified overnight. So this route actually was the route that the senior females climbed on yesterday, but it's been somewhat tweaked for the veterans group here, but it still weighs in at 70 plus. Still got plenty to do. Nigel's just making his way rightwards across this volume.
Yeah, interesting line, this one, starting off with almost vert, a little bit overhanging into a very steep little roof, but it doesn't last very long before you're kind of sailing through vert for the rest of the route.
Yeah, like you said, it's interesting, isn't it, how the predominant feature of this wall is actually slightly overhanging, should we say?
Yeah.
That top section. But actually, it does come onto the side of the main head wall, which I suppose gives the setters opportunity to use some quite small holds. But looking at these, it looks like they've gone for some more physical, quite big holds, but it's quite steep, like you said, through this roof section.
And I wonder how Nigel feels on holds like this. I mean, when he started doing BLCCs, I mean, even when I was doing BLCCs a couple of years ago, we never had any holds like this. It was small crimps and jibs and very simple holds, so the style has changed dramatically, and it's really cool to see Nigel getting stuck in still, and how he's adapted and adjusted to this style change.
Yeah. He's looking quite comfortable here, dealing with those long clips really well. That's something actually that you don't see that often in a commercial climbing wall, is the quick draws of that length. He actually dealt with that really neatly as he went through there, very calm, very decisive with his positions and with his clipping. Yeah,
clips, like I said earlier, can actually be sometimes a crux of a route, and a lot of international teams train their clipping, train for difficult clips, especially when you have competition walls that are outside and it's windy and you've got long quick draws. Can definitely prove a challenge.
Yeah. Nigel's fighting hard through this very physical section here. You can see with his palms turned up there just how much this puts on the biceps.
Really physical section.
Yeah. He's climbing well. He's climbing quite slowly, but he's climbing decisively.
Yeah, you can see on the screen here, he's got 4 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. He started off with 6. And he's approaching, let's say, like a third of the way up.
Yeah, just like you say there, Mol, the route setter's slowing him down by making him stop to do a clip in the middle of that section. You've just come off the steep bit. You've got to slow down and make that clip in a section where you probably don't want to stop. Nigel's moving well here. Come on, Nigel. Come on, Nigel. Oh,
and a little shake of the head. Just a bit stumped by that section, I think.
great effort there by Nigel. You could see really that section once he'd come out of the roof, like you said, it was short, but it was powerful, intense.
And he was definitely tired out by the really burly section on those big undercuts.
Yeah, for sure.
But a great start from Nigel.
It's good. That'll put him in being the first climber out. He'll automatically go into first place, having a score. And then what we'll have is we have the other male athlete will come out, and then his job will be to exceed his high point, as you said earlier, so to climb higher than that. Yeah, that was a good effort by Nigel, as you said, Mon. You could see him climb through the steep section, physical, powerful, and then he had that difficult clip to make. Once he made that transition onto the steeper part of the wall, that slowed him down, and then you could really see that fatigue kicking in when he hit that left hand. But he would have secured that left hand. I don't think he'll have got the plus.
No. But yeah, he climbed really smoothly actually through that whole section. Like you said, a tiring clip and physical section, but then I think there were quite a few holds on that volume, and maybe he just hesitated a little bit and realised he was a bit too powered out to continue.
Yeah.
There we have Dave Barons, one of our route setters, looking pretty pleased.
Yeah, that was a great performance from Nigel. He looks happy with that. Okay, right, here we go. Next male athlete out. So this athlete is Serik Kazbekov. Serik is the father of Genia Kazbekova, as we discussed earlier, from Ukraine. One of two males in this vet category.
Fun fact for you, he's done, I think, maybe 2 more World Cups than Max Milne and Jim Pope combined.
That's a fantastic stat.
Right? So, just showing the depth of this man's career and experience. Quite amazing, and I'm pretty psyched to see how he gets on this.
It's interesting actually, because I normally spend time with Serik in the coaching pit at internationals.
Yeah.
I've actually never seen him climb, so but already he's got onto the wall quickly and so decisively. Like you said, such experience from a career of climbing at world level.
Yeah, for sure. He moves confidently. Even if maybe he's not gone up with the right hand, he just kind of rolls with it and makes it work, which is definitely a skill that I think you gain from doing competitions and not ever quite knowing exactly, what to do until you get there.
And that's an interesting thing, isn't it? There's that balance between, like you said, the route read that you've done previously, you have your sequence planned, but then the intuitive nature of doing what feels right for you when you're on the wall. And the more experienced you've become, the more you can let that guide you in the right moment, make good decisions through the feeling of it as opposed to the plan necessarily.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, taking a moment to chill before entering this steep burly section.
He's moving well there.
Really well, yeah. Really good tension through this section, and I think that's really important. It's so tiring. You don't want to take unnecessary cuts. You want to be clean with the movements. And look, just chilling.
It's often an interesting sign, isn't it, of a climber's fitness, but also their mental state and how confident they are when there's a section which can feel intimidating and physically difficult, but you can see an athlete stop in the middle of it and just take
relax,
a break.
yeah. And looks like he's actually relaxing as well. It's quite hard to, genuinely chill, breathe, and relax.
I suppose from his route read, he'll know that this next section he's coming into now with the undercuts is very physical, so taking that time just to compose before he'll attack this next section.
Climbing really nicely and technically through this section.
Yeah, he is. He's climbing really well. A little more static than what we saw from Nigel before, who was a bit more dynamic through that section. Ceric here very precise, like you said, good tension, good technique. So this is interesting, he's choosing to clip a little bit earlier here than Nigel did from that bigger side pull hold.
But he has got a nice straight arm, so we'll see if that was a more efficient clip or not.
Yeah. Oh wow, having a little shake there.
Yeah, just keep going.
Now this move looks like a difficult move.
Yeah, it looks hard to work the feet up in this position.
Yeah, high foot, and then you've really got to get up high right hand. Unfortunately, just that heel popping as he stretched up there with the right hand. But interestingly, as we said before, hips and hand moving in the logical line for the next hole, so that could very well be the plus, and that could be the difference between him and Nigel for first place.
True, the smallest of margins.
He looks happy.
Yeah. Well nod.
A good round of applause from the crowd. That's nice. Nice little fist bump there with his fellow competitor Nigel. Perfect. So that should be the victory in the Vex category for Ceric. We now move on very swiftly to the female competitors. So next out we have Vicky Askew. I was taking my time there to pronounce names right. That's my goal for today, is pronounce everyone's name as well as I can.
There's a lot of names.
Yeah, that's a big list.
Interestingly, we have the women on the same route as the men.
Maybe leading on from our conversation earlier, this is something we might see happen more and more in the discipline. Vicky very quick to get on the route there, very decisive.
Actually, just looking at the results list I was looking at earlier from the 2016 BLCCs, Vicky was our female vet winner.
Wow, that's fantastic.
So she's come back to for another title, I guess.
That's a good stat there. So Vicky Askew on the wall, former British League Climbing Championships winner back in 2016. Really wrestling with this volume here.
Yeah, I think we didn't appreciate how tricky this section was.
This move out left is a long way. Oh, and sadly we lose Vicky right there. Oh, such a shame. It's a very long move out left there.
It is, and I think maybe Vicky wanted her right hand where she had her left hand, just so she could rock her weight over her left foot a little bit more to help make that distance not so far.
But she sets the high point as the first competitor out, and it'll be up to the other female athletes coming out behind her to surpass that. Next up, we're going to have Andrea Gregory. Moz, you're doing well with the stats. Have you got any stats on Andrea Gregory
I'm
for us?
just seeing what I can find. I mean, usually I'm here competing myself and obviously seeing all these athletes on the wall, but never really registering how anyone else does. I guess that's the selfish world of a competitor. So it's really nice to be able to sit back and enjoy watching. I mean, I do know who this is, though. This is the mother of Zoe Petermans, who we'll see actually climbing later in the senior female category, and she is a beast. And a very fiery beast as well.
I was thinking that just as she came out, there can't be many occasions when you have. Oh, I suppose actually maybe this could be unique. We might have two. We have
mother and daughter
combinations.
Yeah, it's really cool. It'll be a nice day for Andrea. She'll be able to, have her go at getting the title, and then watch her daughter do the same thing.
That would be a cause for a big celebration, wasn't it?
A double victory.
Double victory.
Come on, Zoe. Let's see if she goes up with the right hand or the left hand.
She's moving well here, Andrea. Made that clip early,
yeah,
which means that then should she get her hands wrong, she doesn't then have to make the clip in an awkward position.
Nice. Turned all the way out to make that right hand, and I think she's, easy. Really good route reading from Andrea here.
So quite comfortably surpassing Vicky's high point there, which puts Andrea in the lead for this females vets final. But no doubt she'll want more. She'll want to go higher on this route.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I spoke to her yesterday about one of her qualification routes, and she was very clear that although she had fun, it wasn't good enough, and she wanted more, which is pretty cool to see the competitiveness in this vets category. I mean, they're here to have fun, but they also take it very seriously, which is super inspiring.
Yeah.
I guess they're being the perfect role models, like competitive, but with a focus on enjoying the day and the experience.
It's interesting that you said as well that most athletes, yourself included, will have a personal target for the day, a sort of a climbing goal or aspiration that you want to achieve, and really that's the focus, isn't it, is putting down your best performance and seeing where that stacks up to somewhere else's. So I like that Andrea was pleased to be in the final, but seeing that as an opportunity to do a bit more maybe than she did in the qualifiers.
Yeah, I spoke to a lot of athletes yesterday who were maybe a bit frustrated with how their qualification round went, but I think I told every single one, well, tomorrow's a new day and tomorrow's the day that counts. So here we are today, and I'm sure Andrea will be gunning for an improvement of one spot.
Yeah. And she's fighting well here. She's into the steep roof section, so this is where that angle steeply changes from the vertical part that Molly mentioned before, where the wall is white. And as it turns black there, that angle of wall is probably 60 degrees.
I know, it's quite an aggressive change in angle.
Yeah. And these holds are quite big, but they are on a very steep section of wall, and they're quite far apart. Long moves.
You can't really relax too well because you have to keep so much tension through your feet when the angle's this steep, just to keep them on the wall. So although the holds are good, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to, be comfortable in this space.
She's moving well here. That nice little crossover of the hands just to shorten the distance out to this side pull. Kicks the feet over. Oh, sadly, just slips just there.
A fantastic effort from Andrea. And I hope she's happy with that.
From what you said earlier, I have no doubt there'll be something that she'll be thinking, I could have done that better. But that's a fantastic performance from her. As we said before, that is quite a significant distance above the previous high point, which was set by Vicky. So I think that'll be tough to beat, actually.
I do as well.
So the next athlete we'll have coming out is Natalia Pelova, the mother of Jenya Kasprakova?
Correct, yeah.
Correct.
And partner of Serik, so...
That's maybe they would take the crowd if they have the triple. That would be the ultimate.
Yeah.
Father, mother, and daughter titles.
That's like the elite winning combination of the day.
I'll have to have a chat with your dad, see if we can get Big T back in.
Oh gosh.
For the
I mean, I'd
category.
love to support my dad climbing, but he's not really got a head for heights, so I think he'd be more happy judging. One day, maybe. Nice to see all the athletes chatting about the route. I guess they've all been on the exact same route, so they can share their experiences.
Yeah, super cool. Super cool. So, when the next athlete comes out, when Natalia comes out, this will be the final athlete for the veterans category. As you can see there, the crowd is going to be pumped for this.
Just having one more look. It will have been not too long since she's been out for observation and looked at this route, but just a little refresher to make sure she knows exactly where to go and what her method was.
As we saw with the previous, the second clip that they will make and the hand sequence from that is going to be crucial for doing that move out left, and that will then set her up with a good opportunity to attack that steep section of the wall and challenge Andrea for that high point.
Yeah, this definitely seems like our first crux on the route.
At this point, Molly, how much do you think the climbers are aware of what others have done and what they might need to do in order to surpass the high point?
I mean, you're always looking for the swinging quick draws. That kind of gives you an idea of where the person before you's got to. But, I mean, you can never really know for sure.
She does that move with ease, actually choosing rather than to come over with the right hand, shouldering out up there to the left. Very decisive. As you said earlier, maybe she had a plan there to do it a particular way, but adjusted it in real time. But the decisiveness and the speed of that is what carries you through when you need it.
Yeah, and what shows what experience she has, really. That's so hard to do.
Yeah, just taking the time with this foot position here, because this is a long move, and this hold is not so good at the bottom, but gets better the higher up you can get.
Moving well.
Lovely inside flag there. That's a bit of climbing terminology there for everyone. That was where she brought her opposite foot inside her body to press against the wall. Just a good way of creating some balance when you don't have a foothold. Quickly into the steep section there, Molly. That's under 2 minutes for her to get to that high point.
Yeah, moving really quickly. We'll see what she makes of this section.
So Andrea's high point was the large undercut that's just out of shot at the minute, just above her head. So in order to surpass Andrea's high point...
Whoa, made a bold move without having the previous clip in. I mean, maybe tactically very good, because this hold looks a lot better than the previous one, and might be able to double clip. Yeah. Which is, I think, really good route reading there, but definitely a little bit scary.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it? Maybe higher risk, potential of having a slightly longer fall, but like you said, that pays off in the way that you're quickly to a better hold, giving you the opportunity to recover. So this hold out right that we can see, this is the hold that she needs to control in order to achieve the high point.
And she's looking pretty chilled, so come on, Natalia.
Yes.
And she's in.
So the coach in me is looking for control here as controlling a stable position or changing a body position. So she needs to actually hold this hold in a way which is usable. You can't just stretch up and touch the bottom of it. You have to actually hold it and make some movement. Which that definitely... I was going to say that definitely is, that she came back down.
Still trying to figure out just the best way to hold this hold.
Oh, but sadly we lose her there.
And that's going to be a tricky one for the judges, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we said, she had the hold in her hand, but did she actually control that and use it to sort of change her body position? We'll have to see what the judges report. Again, that's, like we said, coming down to the slim margins of held or not held. If we're watching it again on the replay, she just loses it going back in. That was maybe her third attempt to hold that hold.
Yeah, she definitely hung around for a while trying to figure out how to make it work.
Yeah, like you say, interesting one for the judges, this. It'll be interesting to see when the results come through how they interpreted that. She had 3 attempts to hold that hold, so that's about as close as you can possibly get. But regardless, she looks happy with that. She looks pumped.
Definitely pumped. And that is the end of our veteran category.
So that concludes the vets. Thanks, Mal. We now move on next to the Youth C category.
Now, I'm pretty excited for this category as well, because as a short person, I find all of these little UFC kids very inspiring. They're just how tenacious they are on the wall. They're so bold. Sometimes I watch them and I'm like, I could not commit that much to a move on a vert wall. And yeah, it's the future of British climbing, so it's like super exciting to be able to witness it here. I wonder what World Cup stars we'll have coming through.
Yeah, it's a very exciting time to see the future of British climbing, and I mean, I remember seeing you, maybe it wasn't Youth C, I think I first saw you climb in the Youth B category, but up on this first females route we have Martha Frost-Mullen. Martha's climbing the purple and yellow contact holds route that we can see in the far corner over here. According to the route setters, this one also weighs in at 7C+, for those of you that are interested in the grades.
And this one was used yesterday. I can already see that it's been changed slightly because it was very tricky yesterday. I don't think we saw many people get to the head wall.
No, absolutely. So some adjustments overnight from the setters. Maybe partly to adjust the difficulty, but also in respect to potentially the height of the athletes as well, and what might make a good competition, but also a good experience for them too.
Yeah, for sure.
So this section of the wall, Molly, is this bottom section where we can see the Sheffield Adventure Film Festival logo is pretty much vertical.
And generally when the wall is vertical, the holds are worse. So Martha is probably battling with some terrible slopers and small crimps. Just stretching up for that clip. A bit of a fumble. These long quick draws can be really tricky to clip. But luckily Martha's on vert, so hopefully it's not too tiring getting this one in.
There we go. Which makes the clip nicely. Makes the transition out right. Just makes her way into the corner.
Using the sidewall. Yeah. Which, I mean, in a high pressure situation like this, it can be really easy to overlook something like using arêtes or sidewalls. So good work, Martha, for spotting that.
Yeah, she's battling hard here. Long lock up, which she just makes that next hold. Well done, Martha.
Still going really strong.
Yeah.
And just like our green route, we're about to approach a slightly steeper section here.
Yeah, that was a good point you made earlier about how the route will change style and pace as the angles change, and so we've just seen Martha climb, like you said, quite a technical vert section, really precise footwork, some bad holds, and now as it changes, it really steepens up here. She's going to have to turn on the power a little bit and start to move quickly and more dynamically.
No, this hold looks pretty bad.
Oh.
Let's see if Martha...
Oh, we just lose Martha there. Yeah, just as she approaches this steep section, that's a really difficult long lock up to that next hold. And like you said, a total different change of pace, that, Molly, from the bottom section of the route, which was maybe more bouncy and secure, and then all of a sudden that just kicks in there with a lot more physicality to that section.
Yeah, sometimes it almost catches you off guard, and it's really hard to kind of change your breathing pattern, the way you are moving to kind of align with the style of the style change and the angle change.
You can see there as well, she didn't take much rest actually when she got to that section, climbed quite quickly into that and then subsequently tried to push on. Well done, Martha, though. That sets the high point to begin. Next athlete we have is Charlotte Darley. Just looking at that, I do have a stat here. So Charlotte Darley placed second in the youth climbing series. So she already has some competitive experience under her belt at final level. She gets underway.
Well, looks like a decisive, confident climber. Like really pulling in with every move that she makes.
How much, Molly, do you think it's important to have that confident approach, not just on vertical terrain like this, but just on competition routes generally?
I mean, every climber has their own style, but the styles that I kind of aspire to the most are the ones that flirt with risk. Obviously, sometimes being risky is a detriment, and you can fall off or miss something. But I think like when playing with risk works, it's so efficient, it's so confident, and the way it makes you move is just like really conducive to a good climbing performance.
At the same time, we have our first male UC competitor out as well, which is Charlie Wardrop. So due to the difference in the size of the field, this is where we may see different numbers of finalists in the categories. 8 in the females and 7 in the males for this. Interestingly, both routes quite similar in style, technical vert climbing to begin with. So seeing these guys side by side, you can just see, as Molly was just describing, that decisiveness being important.
Charlie from Scotland and on the Scottish team.
Oh, we just lose Charlie there.
Yeah, really tricky start for these UC boys on this red route. It was one we saw a bit yesterday and was tricky for even the senior women yesterday, so good effort from Charlie.
Really good performance here by Charlotte, as you were saying earlier, Molly, about she's not overreaching for the clips from low. She's actually taken that risk to climb a bit higher first.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying watching her climb. She's pretty bold for such a young athlete. You know, choosing like the best clipping positions, even if they are maybe past the clip or further away from the clip, a little bit scary, and just very confident with each move that she makes.
I totally agree. She comes up to the sloper here, so this is close to the previous high point that we saw, where the previous athlete will have got the plus off this hold. So let's see if she can stick this next sloper.
Oh, and it looks bad.
It is bad, but she makes control of it, so that's a new high point for the UC females.
Comes back down, has a little think about how to make it work.
Oh, but we just lose her there. So we lose Charlotte just at that sloper, but at the same time she set a new high point there. I actually have to apologise as well, reading my sheet incorrectly. It wasn't Charlotte that has the YCS second, it'll be our Imogen Lilly who'll be our next athlete. So it'll be interesting to see what competition experience Charlotte has had. As you said, Mel, she climbed very decisively and controlled through that, excellent clip positions, and that really allowed her to maximise that small margin at the top there to achieve the next hold, which will put her in first place.
Yeah, that looked like a really tricky sequence, but up to there, I thought Charlotte climbed so well. So definitely something to be proud of.
So the next athletes we'll have out is that we will have Imogen Lilly. So Imogen, my apologies, she is the athlete that's got previously had a second place at the YCS. That's the British Youth Climbing Series. So she has had some experience of finals at this level.
And also on the GB National Development Squad. So, as you can see with her lovely t-shirt, has probably had this in the calendar for a while and been maybe focusing on this as her biggest event of the year.
And then on the men's we should have our next male athlete out as well.
I think called Rudy by his friends.
Okay, so we have Rudy Goodall next out on the men's, 15th place at the YCS. So this is where now, Molly, we'll start to see, like you said, you talked about the future of British climbing, competition climbing coming out through the categories. These athletes are all regularly competing in local and national competitions, part of the development squad, moving up to international. So it'll be interesting to see how that manifests with the performances they can put down if they do have some more experience.
I mean, I think it's so amazing, what all of this experience does for you as a young competitor. A lot of my teammates we were competing since we were 12 or 13 and doing competitions like this, and we've known each other for a long time, and just having such a wealth of experience competing and eventually it becoming a bit more relaxed and normal just meant so much to us. And it's cool that we're all at World Cups now, and I hope to see the same for a lot of these young athletes.
Yeah, super exciting. And already I think Rudy is flying through this route, super decisive.
As with Imogen.
So Imogen's a Sheffield local. I've known her since she was quite young, and she is a very, very intuitive climber. You know, we talked earlier about the route reading, having a plan. Imogen is definitely more feel than plan.
More feel. And maybe that kind of style pays off a lot more in an on-site round.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, but we sadly lose her there on the sloper. Coming into match, though, that'll be interesting to see if that hold is scored as a duo, because she'll get an extra point for that.
Definitely made more progress, I'd say, than the previous competitors. But we've definitely found ourselves a crux.
For sure. It will be interesting to see how this goes over subsequent attempts. Rudy also there setting the high point on the male C route. So that'll put him in first place. And Imogen in first place on the female route. Molly, just one thing quickly while the Imogen's having her knot undone there and just having a breather. When the routes are like potentially this purple one, and we're seeing a crux that has the potential where multiple athletes have the same score, how does the competition format then separate them?
Then we'll go back to yesterday. And it's a thing called countback, and that's where your qualifying score basically splits people and ranks people. The route sets try to avoid that. Every round should be kind of a fresh start, but I mean, sometimes you just get moves that are trickier, maybe because when they set the route the conditions were different, and now it's a lot warmer in the centre today and those slopers are much worse, or just maybe they just didn't anticipate how hard the move was. Sometimes the setters can be too strong.
We definitely have a strong setting team.
We do.
But it's good to know for everyone at home as well that if we see multiple athletes reaching the same point, because the competitors are coming out in reverse order of qualification, if they reach the same point just by virtue of that they qualified higher from yesterday, they will then take the high point. So next out we have two new athletes. We have Dylan Heeson and we have Lily Moss. Both very quickly into their routes.
Now, neither of these athletes are on the GB development squad, so they've had a really good weekend already to be competing in finals, so they definitely should be proud of themselves.
Yeah, Dylan Heeson is he's from the Peak District, climbs quite a lot in Sheffield. His dad is also been a competitor previously for years. In fact, his dad used to hold the world record dyno title.
Really?
In the early thousands. Yeah, Matt Heeson.
Moving well through this techie section, maybe his outdoor climbing experience helping here.
Yeah, he is moving well. Lily there also, like you said, making good use of that side wall.
Climbing really nicely, keeping her feet on. No unnecessary cuts, very efficient. And taking the time to have a little breather before this section, which is proving to be the most difficult part so far.
And very decisive through there, which is good. Dylan also climbing well.
You can see the setters have blocked a lot of these holds on this red route, making it even more difficult, making the athletes, like, it's so necessary to be absolutely as accurate as you can possibly be when the holds are that small.
So here's Lily into this next sloper section, the crux.
Let's see if Lily can find a solution here.
She's gone for this high heel hook method. We'll see if this pays, because if she can come up with her left hand, she should be able to get onto the hold a little bit more. Come on, Lily.
Oh, really good climbing from Lily here. And we have a new high point, which is super exciting. It can be done.
Super cool. Great work from her there to go up with the right hand, recompose, come back down, change her method. Meanwhile, Dylan here is in this technical groove section. And just like Molly was saying earlier, you can notice that these holes are blocked. So that's when there's two holes close together, forming like a small letterbox. Just requires the athletes to have so much more accuracy.
Lily is fighting, and we lose her, but what a fantastic effort.
Great performance from Lily there. Like you said, Moz, great to see somebody breach that section, but also then to fight through the steeper part and start to break onto the head wall.
It's also such a skill to be able to be present enough and think enough to come up with a different solution whilst you're on the wall with all these people watching you, and you're trying your absolute hardest, and you're on something that's been set to challenge you, but to be able to stay calm, come down, have a think, and find a different solution that works is such a good skill, and I'm sure it's just the start of a good career for Lily.
And Dylan is probably having just that experience here on the red route as he's fighting to get into the shoulder section here, trying to have to stay composed and find the right position and sequence for him.
It's really hard not to rush situations like this. If he just stays calm, he's managed to match it.
He's doing well. He's trying to go for the clip super early here, but he's quite low down. So it may pay well to try and go up a little bit higher. He's got his foot up. Really fighting here, Dylan Heeson. He's dealt with that section brilliantly.
Yeah, an amazing effort so far. And he gets that clip in now.
So this is the section where yesterday, Molly, we lost quite a lot of the senior women. Once you come over to this next hold, there is a few very long locks up to some not so great holds.
Yeah, this route looks all about body positioning and very subtle changes in direction of hips. So we'll see how Dylan can maneuver his way around this pretty bad hold.
He matches in. This is the big stretch now. He's got to commit. Oh, we'll just lose Dylan there. Fantastic effort for Dylan Heeson, setting an impressive high point. Not much more of the route left to go. That's a definite stopper move there. Stopper move being a really difficult move that can prove tricky. In fact, Molly, as a reflection on that performance, his whole composure, as you were just talking about, coming through that lower section, he didn't rush. He went for the clip early, composed, stayed calm, thought about his body position, and was then able to move himself to a place where he could make progress. And like you said, absolutely key not to rush things and get yourself in a pickle. Yeah,
and a really impressive skill to have at such a young age as well.
Fantastic performance from him. That'll be quite the marker, I think, for the other boys to follow that on that route.
I think he's definitely set the bar high.
Okay, so as we move on, next we've got Seren Wednesday-Wills, who'll be coming out on the female route. And we'll have Louis Corley for the boys.
So about halfway through the girls category and just shy of halfway in the boys.
Looking at our stats here, so Seren has previous competition experience with a Junior British League Championships best of 14th previously.
So she's already beaten her PB today.
And Louis Corley here on the men route, he really impressed me actually yesterday, Molly. He climbed incredibly well on the green route that we saw the vets on earlier. His high point was equaling some of our senior women. So it'll be exciting to see how he goes on this route.
Yeah, another member of our GB youth squad. I wonder what his seasons look like this year and if he's, taken a lot of experience from competing across the year and the support of the GB team. Be good to see what he does on this route, whether he can match some of the senior women from yesterday again.
I'd describe his style as quite a powerful style. He's quite tall for his age. He looks like he's really good at dealing with the more physical moves. But this route is definitely going to ask some different questions around, as you said, body position, And can he find those little subtleties rather than just try and overpower the route, or whether or not his style is that he can overpower the route? It'll be interesting to see.
I guess that's the really cool thing about competitions like the BLCCs. Like, they really do test all styles of climbing and look for a really all-rounded climber.
Seren also climbing well here. Louis making very rapid progress looking at his time.
Climbing this section really well, had his feet basically set up in the perfect position before it even got challenging. And looking very chilled now.
Yeah, he's very decisive with his
and
movements.
So confident. You can just see in the way that he moves that, you know, once he decides to go for something, he's going for it.
Oh, he makes...
Oh, that was so close to being a hold there.
The words, "he's just held that hold," were coming out of my mouth.
Yeah.
As he just slipped that. That'll be an interesting one for the judges to see whether they view that as controlled or not.
And we have Seren contemplating the same problem we've seen all of our other girls on so far. But she has seen the left heel. Let's see if she can get the right body positioning.
Oh, we just lose her there.
She just couldn't quite get over her left heel enough to take a lot of weight out of her arms, because that hold is bad. It is a sloper, and you've got to come from all the way underneath it to, you know, having it at chest height. So it's really important that the athletes get that heel on good and really rock onto it to take as much weight out of the arms as possible.
Just watching the replay there as well of Louis previously. So Louis achieved the same high point as Dylan Heason, but due to count back his qualification rank, Louis will take first spot. Meanwhile, Seren there just losing that heel, as you said. And Molly, it'll be interesting because that sloper, the more athletes that get to that point, that'll be worsening in terms of its condition, won't it?
Definitely. Yeah, the more hands that go on that hold, I guess the more slippy it might be. But as we said earlier, the finals is run in reverse order from the qualifications, so we should be seeing our better athletes come out towards the end, and maybe it doesn't matter for them.
So next out for the male athletes, we have Isaac Sutton, a previous junior British League Climbing Championships best of 13th, so he's had some competitive experience previously. And for the women, we have Annabelle White, who also has competition experience with a Youth Climbing Series best of 6th. Annabelle here sporting her GB Climbing National Development Squad t-shirt, so we know that she's training with the best in the country. Meanwhile, Isaac negotiating this bottom section, taking his time.
Yeah, it's very tricky straight off the floor, and that can be quite off-putting as a competitor not to have. You always wish for a nice introduction to a route, so the route setters have been quite mean with this red route, making the competitors really work for it from the ground.
I suppose that's one of the things we discussed earlier about, for the people who are joining the stream, how do these routes compare to something you might find at your commercial climbing gym? And one of those main differences, isn't it, is that these routes are often insecure from the ground. There isn't necessarily an easier lower section. They're on you straight away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in most commercial gyms, I guess the route setters are trying to set fun routes that you'll enjoy, but here, I mean, they're not trying to set to make you fall off, but almost, in a way. They're trying to split people, they're trying to find out who's the best climber, so they are trying to put things on the wall that will make you uncomfortable, that will stress you out, that will challenge you. So they're definitely very different to your commercial routes.
It's definitely interesting, like you said, is the characteristics of the wall will play a big part to this, and the setters will have an opportunity to invoke almost like a feeling from the athletes. And both these routes being so vertical in their lower sections, the setters can really lean into that insecurity, slopey footholds, small blocked crimped hands as that we've seen, to ensure the climbers have to be in a good balanced body position before they reach for them. Oh, we just lose Annabelle there. She looks disappointed with that. tricky section.
Isaac still moving up, looking pretty chilled as he approaches the start of the big boomerangy section.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he tackles this. Previous climbers that have reached or surpassed this point, Louis and also Dylan as well. Interesting in the way that Louis super confident, very decisive, very quick, whereas Dylan took his time. Interesting to see how Isaac tackles this. Ooh, he committed to that move well. Let's see what he can do to move through this section.
Looking pretty fresh, I'd say. But I guess the nature of this route is maybe slightly less pumpy, slightly more awkward.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that, because he's made that clip, so he's been on that right hand, which is a crimp for quite a while at this point. So we'll see whether stopping to clip there in any way has an impact in a few moves' time. But he's come over well there. Comes in with the right. This long stretch, which he sticks.
Wow, good effort from Isaac there. Our new high point already.
You could really see him fight that barn door. His weight was wanting to shift out from the wall. He really had to dig in there, but he's been rewarded, like you say, with a new high point. Oh, but we just lose him on the next move. But he should get the plus for that too, so that's an extra controlled hold and the plus. So
there's a little bit of distance between him and the person before.
Just back on the replay. Oh, it looked like her foot just slipped a little bit there on the sidewall when she was making that long move. Meanwhile, Isaac here, setting our new high point on the female C final route. Male C final route, my apologies.
Next up we have Caitlin Fletcher for the female C category.
And for the males, I was trying to read Tom's last name. I don't know how to pronounce this. I'm going to have a try anyway. Baugny. I'm going to try that. Tom Baugny, potentially. Apologies, Tom, if I've said that wrong. Tom has a previous junior British League Climbing Championships result of 5th.
Oh, so he's had a pretty good one before.
Yeah. I watched Tom climb yesterday, actually, in the qualification. He is a good climber to watch.
He recently won the Welsh Elite Climbing Championships and was second place at the English Elite Climbing Championships, so I guess he's come for one better.
Meanwhile, Caitlin moving nicely through this lower section. Tom's got an interesting style, a very flexible style.
I mean, he looks like, is he one of the shorter athletes, would you say? I don't know him personally.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess being either really tall or really short in your category often lends itself to, you know, requiring being flexible. Having to get your foot up really high if your feet are too low because you're too short, or if you've just left your feet really low because you're really tall, and needing to then step up a lot and everything feeling a bit close together. So maybe that's why he's quite a flexy climber.
Yeah. It's really interesting, isn't it, the way that obviously today we're going to see the full spectrum of our competitive categories from youth C all the way through to the seniors, and the physiology changes so much over that period of time, and as a result, the climbing style can look quite different as well. Caitlin moving quite well here. She's got work to do to try and turn her body around, but she's comfortably on that sloper. Oh.
And doesn't spot the left hand after, so we lose her too. A really tricky section to read.
Yeah, I totally agree. Most of the athletes choosing to hold the slopers, maybe because the foothold is there on the right and go up with their right hand, but then subsequently needing to spin and turn around for that high heel.
I mean, it's quite a weird position to find yourself in with 3 points of contact on one hold, on one contact.
3 points of contact on one contact.
That hold is from a brand called Contact, hence, 3 points of contact on one contact.
Contact holds are also owned by Max Etten, who's our head setter here. They're produced in Sheffield, just down the road, actually.
Yeah, and also with Alex Wardhouse, who happens to be my housemate. So there you go, Alex, a little plug for you. Tom looking very chilled, taking his time on a pretty good volume rest before it really kicks in with our hard section.
Yeah, we can see here that volume, just the angle that it is adjacent to the red hold allows for a bit of a rest, as you said, Miles, before this route starts to really kick in. He'll probably have some awareness that people have climbed quite high, because when he was waiting in isolation, he would have had to wait a while for the person in front of him to come back.
Yeah, it's always funny what you take from being in ISO. It's like as the time gets longer, you're like, okay, well, people must be getting higher, or you start doing all the maths. It's been however long, 25 minutes, and there's been 5 climbers, so it must be 5 minutes a climber, and I wonder if these kids have already started doing this.
It's an interesting aspect for those people who are, as we mentioned earlier, the climbers have an observation period, but after that observation period, they go into the back of the wall, into an isolation zone where they are not able to watch the other climbers that climb ahead of them. And this is just part of the format for the competition. It's more of a pure test of your on-site ability, but it does bring in the added aspects, like Molly said, of sometimes trying to do the math and figure out what you have to do.
Interesting beater from Tom here.
Yeah, Tom's a real fighter. You're going to start to hear him make some quite big barky noises, as he did yesterday.
You can see him.
He's fighting hard, but he's dealt with that boomerang section well. You can see that hip flexibility I was talking about.
Maybe a tricky hold to match and have a rest on. Probably done purposely by the route setters.
Yeah, he's going to take a short rest here, and then he's got 1 minute and coming up to 1 minute 10 on the clock still to surpass the high point. So he's got some time. There are 3 moves to go. He's making good progress here, Tom.
Controls that change in direction really well.
Interesting how he chose to climb up higher there to make this clip. Like you said, helping with his body position. He's really fighting here. This is a long move. He's going to have to really pull over his foot. Oh.
He uses the foothold as an intermediate and just doesn't quite get the distance.
So sadly we lose Tom on that move, but due to his higher qualification ranking from previous, that'll put him in second place.
Which is already a podium, right?
Already a podium. How many athletes do we have left?
We have one more athlete
left
left,
to go.
so it's a PB at BLCCs for Tom and a podium.
And a guaranteed podium, that's exciting.
Congratulations, Tom. And also a guaranteed podium for Louis.
For Louis, yeah.
Oh, Dylan.
Hang on, let's have a quick look back. So Isaac is currently in first place, having held that hold and done the next move. So currently we'll have Isaac in first place. Tom will now go into second because he'll equal the high point of Louis, but due to count back will go in second, so Louis in third. So sadly that's Dylan just off
Oh, sorry, Dylan.
the podium with 1 climber left to go. But very, very exciting. We've got two very exciting athletes coming out now to compete as the final male and female for the UC category.
This is No Fear Javier on Instagram. Let's see if he climbs without fear. Climber from London, winner of the Junior BBCs this year.
Yeah, and also British League Climbing Championships, junior category 4th place, and also second at the YCS. So, from London, a seasoned competitor already, even though he's only in UC.
Lots of medals to his name.
And Molly, on the female route, representing Ukraine, we have the next Kazbekova.
We do.
How do you pronounce her name?
I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to say Raphael.
Raphael.
Climbs so much like her sister.
I was just thinking that actually, looking at, she's already with 45 seconds just elapsed, so I'd look already
Blitzing up this
blitzing
route.
through that.
Yeah, really efficient climber, quite flexible, confident.
Yeah, she's working her feet around really well there. But this is a tricky section. We'll have to see if she spots the correct method. Well, doesn't need to. Powers through.
Wow.
Does you see whether she's got a hand? She might have to match or swap her hands here. Oh, the match was easy for her.
Just climbed through that section so confidently and quickly. I hope we get to see her up onto this head wall.
Yeah. And that's high point. So that's Raphael into first place. Completing as we hoped, Molly. That's the Kazbekova household. 3 gold medals for the afternoon.
Amazing stuff.
Meanwhile, Javier doing really well on this route.
Also climbing very quickly.
Yeah, he's not quite got this clip in, but deals with that well, actually. Choosing to opt to climb quite high to make that clip. Which will pay off. He's looking very solid on this.
And locks it down. Our crux move.
It's good. Can even stop there to make the clip.
Let's see if he can hold this next hold.
Oh, which we just lose him there.
Goes up the left hand, which I thought might be the method.
Yeah, using that palm to come over, meaning then you can then come in with the right. But due to his high qualification position, that'll put him in first place.
So we already have one winner.
So one winner. Really great climbing over here from Raphael. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I am sorry if I'm not. She's climbing super well. You can see these contact holes, the yellow sections are incredibly slippery.
Yeah, you can see a bit of a shine on that no textured surface.
But she's working it out well.
She's still composed. She's figuring out what she needs to do.
Little foot slip there, but she dealt with that well. Slapping up.
Still going. The crowd is willing for her to top this route.
Yeah, she wants the top. You can see. Here we go. Let's see if she can stick this top slope. Oh!
Presses into it and doesn't quite do it. But what an amazing effort. Absolutely, created so much distance between her and the other competitors.
That was brilliant climbing to watch. Thoroughly enjoyed. A bit of a technical masterclass, that one, wouldn't you say?
I definitely agree. You can tell that she's been exposed to such experienced, technical, fantastic climbers throughout her whole life, basically. It's just kind of seeped into her own climbing.
Yeah. Like you said, some key ingredients there. She was, she's flexible and she looks strong, but also there, putting that all together, she wasn't panicking. She was dealing with that technical aspect of the route well, finding good positions, clipping decisively, all of that adding up, and climbing with pace as well. I think even at the point she fell off there, she was only at just over 4 minutes.
Yeah, she's a super intelligent climber.
Oh, that's a fantastic result for her. Also well done Javier as well. Great performance from him. So that concludes the Youth C male and female categories.
It's pretty exciting. We have a double national champion now as well, with Javier.
Javier for Boulder as well.
Boulder and lead.
That's super cool. And that's been something actually, Molly, that we've seen more and more, haven't we, is that since the Olympic inclusion of a more combined event, athletes doing both disciplines to a very high level has come back. And I know for yourself, you're an accomplished boulderer as well as an accomplished lead climber.
Yeah, it's definitely more common now, and I feel like all of these kids are growing up with aspirations in both disciplines, and kind of specialism is almost dying out. But yeah, super cool to see them competing in basically all the competitions they can get their hands on this year, and doing really well in both of them.
Yeah, super cool. Very exciting to see where our sport is headed, and very exciting to see, as Molly mentioned earlier, that next wave of talent coming through at home. We now get ready for the Youth B competition, both male and female. We've got some exciting athletes in this group, actually. Some athletes that have been involved with the GB development squad and, you know, good home coaching setups for some time, some of whom we've seen competing internationally or competing at a high level within the UK as well. We're going to start off with the females with Lucy Hammond when she comes out, and for the males we're going to start off with Keisha Fillingham.
Yeah, on this list I'm particularly excited to see Faye McDougall climb. We saw her in senior finals at the Battle of Britain last weekend? I think it was. Senior boulder competition. So, I mean, she's clearly very strong, very talented, and it will be a joy to watch her climb in this Youth B final. Yeah. And crazy, she's only Youth B. You forget when you turn up to a senior competition and it's like an open category and Faye's in finals, and then you come to BLCCs where it's all like age categorised, and you're like, whoa, she's so young still. But so long to go.
Clearly having the ability. Yeah, looking through this list here, there's a lot of exciting athletes to see in here, which is, like we mentioned, as we get into Youth B category, some of these athletes also compete internationally for the GB youth team. So notable few things down here, we have Tom Steele. Tom Steele came 18th at the World Youth Championships, has a European Youth Cup best result of 6th. Also, we have people like Faye McDougall, as Molly just mentioned. She also has competed at World Youth 13th. So the pedigree of this this group in Youth B is very, very strong. So here we start off with Keishan over on the male route and Lucy Hammond on the female route. So what we will start to see here is, because of the standard, Youth A and Youth B share the same routes. So for the male route on the left hand side, we're going to have a red 8A plus. The setters say it's 8A plus until the last section, and when it moves to 8B plus. So I think the last section is very, very hard.
Yeah.
And then for the female athletes who are climbing the black and orange on the right hand side of the prow, this is a 7C plus. So also worth noting here that Keishan has made the final. Keishan is actually a speed athlete.
Really?
Yeah, who placed 14th at the World Youth Championships. It's a fantastic sim in a senior British lead final.
Yeah. Really cool to see that cross of disciplines as well. I mean, boulder and lead is a lot more common, but to see Keishan come from speed to lead, like that is, yeah, that's quite a rare transition, so it's really exciting to see.
Yeah, he's made good progress here. He dealt with that bottom section efficiently as he now turns the roof. So the bottom section of this was the same as what the senior men had yesterday, but there's been some alterations to this next section. The removal of a somewhat awkward looking finger lock, which no doubt the athletes will be pleased to see have been removed.
Yeah, definitely.
Lucy also going well on her route. She's already through the first section as she breaches onto this next part that's very steep.
Having a nice tactical rest.
Yeah, some slight alterations to this one actually from yesterday. This next section, the holes have just been reorganised a little bit, I think, to make it a little less height dependent. Meanwhile, Kishan doing well here as he moves up to this sloper,
which will not be that good on this angle.
No, oh, unlucky Kishan, we just lose him there.
It looks like that next hold is maybe intended as an undercut, but obviously when you're not very secure on the previous hold, like going to an undercut above your head is such a specific and accurate move that Kishan just went for a very convincing plus.
Absolutely, I think he'll definitely get the plus for that. As Molly just said there as well, it's committing to go into an undercut like that requires you to put so much pressure through the foot. You have to really commit to going into the hold that way. You can't sort of half cook a move like that. You have to really stand through it.
And from what I can see, the footholds don't look too positive underneath that sloper. But Lucy's having a great climb on the right. Smashing through this powerful section.
Yeah, climbing really high here. Yeah, dealing with this section really well. She's going for an early clip here. Interesting to know whether she's anticipating feeling a bit tired and she might need to sprint a few moves without having to stop to clip. Kind of tricky to read this one from here because there's a mixture of black and orange holes. The orange one's obviously a little more obvious.
Yeah, black on black is quite hard to see.
But here she goes, attacking up into this head wall.
Looking a bit tired now.
She's fighting hard.
She is. A little bit of a traverse section.
Oh.
Brilliant effort from our first athlete out on this UP final route.
Yeah, fantastic that, isn't it? And it's something that we saw a lot on the World Cup circuit this year, is often the first climber can have a really good performance in a final and the assumption is that the route might be a little bit easy, but that is not necessarily the case.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe Lucy just had a really good go. But we will see from our next 7 athletes.
Here we just see this replay of Kishan. Like Molly was saying there, maybe that hold is intended as an undercut. Just maybe misreading that, but great fight from Lucy here. Hopefully she'll be awarded the plus for that as well. Setting a very, very high bar for the rest of the female athletes to come out and follow there. But as Molly was saying earlier, the standard of athlete in this Youth B category is very, very strong. So next out for the females, we're going to have Naya Shorter. Naya's got a previous Junior British Lead climbing championships result of 9th. And for the men, we're going to have Oliver Goodwin.
Now Oliver actually broke his wrist not too long ago, and like me has a lot of metalwork now in his wrist. So it's really cool to see him back competing again, and it will be scary for him. It's definitely scary coming back from an injury like this. So I wish him all the luck on his final route.
You can see Naya here just taking her time to do a little bit of a route read, a final check. For those who don't know, when the athletes come out, they have 6 minutes total time to climb the route, but they do not need to pull onto the wall for the first 40 seconds, so they can have some time to compose themselves and just do a final sort of check. So Oliver Goodwin here from Leeds, I believe. Climbs there with City Block with Mark and Lee from Precision. Really good young climber.
Also has a mother who competed back in her day.
Seems to be quite a strong list of having parents who have competed or even been competitive in other sports and then their kids also kind of following suit.
Yeah, I guess climbing is such a lifestyle sport, and one that people do for a very long time, so it's no surprise that they've kind of passed on this passion and love to their children. Oliver making good work through this steep section and is almost out of it. Naya also approaching this rest before the powerful orange section on this black bit of wall.
You can see Ollie there just taking a bit of time just to figure out the sequence for his feet. It is lovely drop knee there. Oliver's always been one of those climbers, Molly, when I've seen him. He moves so well with an intelligence that would almost seem above his years, because he's not been climbing that long in the grand scheme of things. He moves very, very well.
Yeah, it's almost like you can't really teach movement like that. It just looks so natural to him.
Meanwhile, Naya is absolutely motoring through this section. Oh, we sadly lose Ollie there.
Yeah, that sloper does not look that good. And Ollie just didn't quite have enough of his hand over it and couldn't quite hold that swing. But Naya is still going for us. Starting to feel pumped, struggling to clip.
Come on, Naya. She's fighting hard here. She's high on the route. She's trucking. This is where Naya needs to not make any technical mistakes, but she does need to pick up the pace a little bit. The longer she's on the holds, the more tired she'll start to get. We just lose Naya there.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard when you know you've not clipped and you can feel that you're coming to the end of what you've got left. You're almost left in this do I go up? Do I try and clip? And then you're just making yourself more and more tired because you're just hanging on, not really doing a whole lot. But that was a fantastic effort from Naya. Got basically up to the last quick draw on the route. So excited to see what we have left in this final.
So on the replay, we just see Ollie just losing that left foot as he went up for that sloper. And like you said, the sloper isn't good enough just to hold yourself entirely with it. Meanwhile, Naya, as Molly was just saying there, probably got to a position of fatigue there, and that just slowed that pace down. Fighting with everything to stay on, but struggling to make upward progress. So both of those two will go into second place currently. I'm sure Naya will be pleased with being so high on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, even if sometimes the result isn't what you want, just to have gone and done a lot of good climbing is a really nice thing out of this competition.
No, for sure. So next up for the female athletes, we're going to have Hannah Hunt, and for the males, we're going to have Cameron McCallan. Or McLean, maybe I pronounced that bad. Just thinking about, Miles, about the style of routes that we've got up on the wall as our next competitors come out here. What's your sort of current interpretation of these in terms of comparison to World Cup in terms of stylistically? Obviously this is youth, it's not senior, but in terms of the holds and the look of the routes, what have been your sort of initial thoughts and assessments on it?
I mean, they're definitely prepping the youth well. We've got a lot of macros, so big voluminous holds on the wall. Tricky sections that aren't very obvious to read from the floor, are a little bit more, like you said, intuitive, and need a bit of like feeling and figuring out, and they're quite long, and a little bit wondery. So I think the setters have done a really good job of kind of bringing World Cup style to this national championship, even down to our youth level, which must be really hard. So well done, setters.
It's definitely a somewhat thankless task sometimes being a setter. If it all goes well, the athletes obviously are praised as climbing really nicely, and if it all goes badly, it's all the setter's fault. But it's not an exact science, is it, attaching the holes to the wall? And you've put some stuff on the wall with us at the training centre. It's difficult.
It's really hard work, and I guess there's this kind of, you have to, people expect you to know exactly where everyone's at, but you obviously don't get to watch all of these athletes live their day-to-day lives and see them in training, so there's a lot of guesswork that goes into it and hoping for the best, really.
I mean, even in the time that we've been watching this Youth B, looking at the two athletes on the wall, there's such a difference of I suppose, size as much as anything else, and that must be a really tricky thing for the setters to try and offset. Is you want a fun, interesting route that separates based on technical skill, but also strength and fitness. But you're trying to do that with athletes that are at totally different stages of where they're growing. I mean, looking at Cameron here, Cameron looks super tall. He's making good work though through this roof section, just following that clip slightly, but
maybe has a little knee bar in the back of that volume. A knee bar is when you use your knee, you kind of jam it against a hold or a volume, and it takes a lot of weight, so you can have a bit of a rest and maybe do trickier moves or hold worse holds, harder clips. Really useful in such a steep section like that, where there's so much weight going through your arms.
Yeah, definitely very smart. And sometimes the opportunity to see that's why this format for final is interesting, isn't it? If you're an athlete that you can find something like that and it makes a difference, that's really rewarded, because then you can recover a little bit more, whereas other athletes aren't able to see it, which is the case in qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure.
Hannah moving well here too.
Yeah, quite a technical section this, with lots of heel hooks, toe hooks, getting round on these big holds, finding the good parts of them. Cameron up into that undercut, setting a new high point.
Yeah, really good performance from Cameron, just like you said there, Molly, earlier. Decisively into that hold as an undercut.
He's going to have to figure out how to get that clip by his waist, though. This looks like quite an awkward position to clip down there, but he can't really go much further past it, but he manages to get it in just, I think.
Hannah climbing well. She's starting to look a little bit tired on the steep section. You can just see that elbow lifting slightly on the left arm there.
And Cameron is reaching our hard boulder final section of this route.
So this section is, just losing there. Oh, and we lose Hannah at the same time. Great effort from Cameron, as Molly just mentioned there. He goes into first place, setting the high point on that route. And a good high point as well. He has a few more moves ahead of the previous best. But that next section is very, very difficult. So it'll be interesting to see what subsequent athletes can do there. A good fight from Hannah as well. Looked tied in that top section. It looks tricky.
Yeah, there's 3 clips that are quite close together, and it can be quite tiring to have to stop the flow and stop on some of these bad holds, especially as you're tired from climbing for so long already. So I think that maybe this is a scenario where the clips form part of our crux.
Yeah, just on the replay there, you could just see her just losing that left foot slightly. She took a somewhat unwanted cut loose on the 2 black holes in that section. That would have just taxed her arms that little bit extra just when you don't want it. But hopefully she's pleased with that performance. Very high in the route, and great effort from Cameron too. Okay, so moving on to our next athletes. We have, for the females, we have Kasia, who is a GB Youth Development Squad member. And we have Oliver Knox Renshaw, who's also a Development Squad member. Oliver competed internationally this year as well, so it'll be interesting to see how he's a bit of a character, is Ollie.
Yeah, noticing the IKEA bucket hat, looks like he's been following Max Milne or something. Also in his mules, Birkenstock mules, or Crocs actually, Crocs.
Yeah, Ollie's a real character within the youth squad. Strong boulderer as well.
Kasia straight on the wall. Ollie still putting his shoes on.
Knowing Ollie, that doesn't surprise me. But
I'm not sure I'd have ever tried anything like that when I was in youth B, but here we are. Different type of climber these days, these youth competitors. Definitely eating into his time / his 40 seconds on the floor.
yeah, so he's probably the clock is now probably started, so he needs to. That's you can see the judge there giving him the push. Kasia making good progress. She's taking her time with this lower section.
Ollie finally on the wall and making progress into our roof section.
Yeah, Ollie's a strong boulderer. So I'm expecting, I don't give him the commentator's curse, but I'm expecting him to power through this bit fairly easily. It'll be interesting to see. Meanwhile, Kasia already breaking onto this next section of wall on the orange holds.
Yeah, approaching maybe even over halfway up the roof and looking very, very chilled.
Ollie Knox here, really powering through this steep section. Once you exit that roof, you can have a small shake here on this boomerang on the left-hand side. But once you leave this and you move out right, it pretty much is on you, the route, and you really need to keep your footwork precise, but you do need to keep pushing through this sloper that you come up to.
Kasia's still looking very relaxed.
Yeah, interesting, Molly, watching Kasia's style. She's using a lot of intermediate shaking. So between hand moves, she's kind of constantly shaking as she goes.
That's quite an experienced skill, I'd say. And we lose Ollie.
We lose Ollie at that sloper. Sadly, that's not the high point for him.
See if she gets this clip in before she attempts to go up onto the head wall, and she does. I think that's a really good tactical decision from Kasia if she can make it work. Yeah, and she does.
Just like you were saying earlier, that's aspect of competition climbing, those long draws, they move around a little bit more, they're hard. You have to take your time to get them in. Here goes Kasia now.
See if you can build her feet up.
Nice, Kasia.
Getting close to a high point.
Yeah, if she can stick this next hold, which she does.
And yeah, now we have a new high point.
Kasia climb well in.
Just pops, takes a cut, but recovers well. See if she can make it to the top. No. Really good climb from Kasia there.
Yeah. You can see she looks happy with that as well. Really good fight from her. Really interesting climbing style, like you were saying, Molly. A little bit different. She wasn't moving necessarily as powerfully through that. She was taking her time, finding positions, nice straight arms, recovering and relaxing a lot. Almost looked like she was sort of resting her way through those lower sections. And then for that upper part, she was able to take her time, pick her feet out really well, and do enough to progress to a new high point.
Yeah, it's looking good. We've still got 4 athletes left to come, and I am anticipating a top, actually.
I mean, we still have Ava Hamilton, Connie Bridgens, Linny Kinnersley and Faye McDougall, all of whom are either on the development squad for Great Britain, they do compete internationally, or have had previously good domestic results. So that's exciting. Maybe we'll see a top.
I'm confident, but we'll see. Be our first top of the day. I wonder how many. I mean, even the other routes that you can see on screen now, they look hard. So I wonder how many tops we'll see today.
Yeah, certainly some of the routes that we'll see later. So we'll see the youth A athletes on the same routes as the ones that we're watching now. But due to that higher level, we may see some further progress, maybe some tops there. And with the senior routes breaching the main section of the centre of the wall here, so it'll be exciting when we get around to that. So next we have Ryan Smith and we have Ava Hamilton. Ryan has competed internationally for Great Britain this year. He also has a previous best with a Junior British League Climbing Championships of 9th, whereas Ava has a previous Junior British League Climbing Championships result of 11th. So both very good competitors already.
Ava living in Glasgow but making the journey down to Leeds weekly to train just shows the dedication that these young athletes have. Also a very tall climber, Ava, for her age category, so we'll see if she comes across some challenges that the other athletes might not have had, just being a lot taller, or maybe some sections might be a bit easier. Ryan looking very chilled with double toe hooks in this roof section. Nice, good style points there. Looking pretty comfy.
Almost simultaneous positions there, both with a high heel. Ava using that rest well. So here we go with Ryan. Once he commits into these two pinches, he's really got to kind of switch up the pace here and attack the route, which he is doing well. He's got to keep good tension for this move to the sloper. That's smart, using the high heel. He does that really well. Oh, but he takes an unwanted cut. Sadly, we lose Ryan.
Yeah, that slope is not good enough to not have your feet on the wall. So that's really unfortunate, because I feel like even Ryan, laughing, throwing his hands in the air, he knew he had more to give. So that's a big shame.
Just like you were saying earlier, Molly, I just think it shows the necessity to maintain that tension on the steeper sections, but also when it's, the footholds are poor like that.
Ava just a little hesitant through this section, trying to find the positions that work for her. We're moving really nicely. She has such an elegant climbing style.
I'd agree. Opted to try and wrap the volume there with her left hand, because sometimes that can be provide a little bit of respite to the fingers, but not good enough. She's going to have to push on.
Looks at the clip, aware of where it is, and makes the clip here. Good effort from Ava.
Good. Using her height well there to stretch into that, but she's going to have to fight to get up into the shoulder. She comes in well.
Come on, Ava. Really good climbing from Ava here.
Oh.
Goes right hand.
Yeah, interesting choice to come over the right hand. I can only assume that was her aiming for the plus.
Yeah, I reckon so. Feeling a little bit more solid, having flipped that left hand into an undercut, being able to pull in a little bit more, knowing she basically had nothing more to give. But a really good climb from Ava.
Which is interesting, isn't it? Because sometimes at that point, those little split-second decisions can mean quite a lot. She already has a fairly high qualification round. Other people have, gone for the plus to that hold. Like you said, if that flip of the left hand, she feels like she has enough to try for the plus. I guess in that moment for you, when you're climbing, is that often like an instinctual thing to try and do at that time?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, at some point you know that you're about to fall off, and then it's kind of trying to make the most out of what you've got. And I guess a hand position like an undercut that's close in is pretty secure, and she wouldn't have to turn or twist her body. As you can see right now, she gets to just kind of reach up, which is a lot more secure than having to unwind from this awkward traverse section. So it was definitely like a good tactical choice from Ava, I think, to get a convincing plus, then try and kind of rearrange her positioning and fall without really being able to go upwards.
Yeah, good performance from her. So next out we have Connie Bridgens, member of the GB development squad. She has a Junior British League Climbing Championships Youth Series result of 9th and has also been 2nd in the Youth Climbing Series. So already young, but done quite a lot of competing already. And for the males we have Finn Jackson. So Finn Jackson actually competed at his first World Youth Championships this year.
Oh, that's really exciting.
Which took place in Dallas in the US. So he's had experience of, I suppose, big international travel for competitions. And as Molly was saying earlier, all that experience stands you in good stead, even when you're competing at home, because it's just that change of environment, isn't it? And you're used to, you're practicing your processes, you're putting things together, you're handling those variations that you inevitably have to do with different venues, different routes.
For sure, and as nerve-wracking as a Youth World Championship can feel, I mean, a national comp always has its own special sort of nervousness that it brings. It only happens once a year, it's at home, and I guess there's potential for a really good result, so I'm sure all of these athletes will be feeling pretty nervous today.
We found that a lot this year, didn't we? Because we obviously hosted a World Cup for the first time in a few years at home in Ratho, and I had a lot of comments about people saying, oh, it must be almost like pressure off because it's home, and I was actually sort of communicating that in some ways it's almost pressure on, because a lot of people, friends, family are there, we've climbed on the wall a bit, you have that expectation. So, in particular for the two athletes who are on the wall now, both Connie and Finn both live and train in Sheffield, so I'm sure that for them, climbing in a final on a wall where they do train, they must be sort of hopeful of a good performance. Interesting looking at Connie. Connie is significantly shorter than Ava, so it'll be interesting to see how she tackles this next section. Connie is the sister of Izzy Bridgens, who is also a GB team member.
Finn out of the roof now and into our can't stop, won't stop section, is what I'm going to call it.
I like that. We're going to see what method he chooses here for the sloper. He's gone for the high foot. He's got to keep the tension well for this move, which he does. He now needs to drive up into this undercut or make the clip, which he goes for the undercut, but sadly takes the fall there. Meanwhile, Connie Bridgens is motoring up this thing.
Yeah, looking really good. Let's see what she makes of this section.
So sadly no high point for Finn. Connie's still on the wall. Connie has such a powerful style. She really attacks the roots.
Yeah, it's really cool to see her like using momentum and giving every move everything. Coming really well, managing to get the clip. This last clip, which is always an exciting feeling as a competitor, getting the last quick draw in.
And then it's a straight shot to the top. She's going for this last hold. She's got it. Come on, Connie.
Takes a cut.
Oh.
Just has nothing left. But what a fantastic performance from Connie. A new high point and eyes set on the top hold. The pressure is definitely on for our final two athletes, Lily and Faye. They'll have heard the crowd. They'll know that Connie put in a great performance. So let's see if they can match or surpass that.
definitely got a bit emotionally carried away and invested in that in the final section there, where they're getting so close.
It's always exciting to see people break past a high point.
Like you said there, Molly, super interesting. She made the decision to clip early, and that then really set her up to attack those final few moves. But Connie's such an exciting young climber to watch because she attacks the routes like that. She climbs with that conviction. She doesn't look like she's climbing afraid of falling. She's always going for that next move. I hope she's happy with that.
A little high five from her fellow competitors. It's so nice to see how strong and friendly the relationships are between all of these athletes.
Yeah, it's one of the most, I suppose, the most rewarding and best parts of our sport, isn't it? Is that? And I was recently spending some time with some coaches from other sports. We were discussing the ethos and I suppose the sort of community that we have in our sport, and I likened it a bit more to something like a snowboarding. You know, the idea is we're all going to go out and put out our best run of the day, and the best run of the day will win. But between that, there's so much discussion about the detail of what we want, and we all really want, you know, everyone to do their best. We just would like our best to be the best, but that's part of it. Okay, so next two athletes out, we have Sam Hammond and we have Lily Kinnersley. So Sam trains in Sheffield, so local boy, and Lily is from, I want to say she's from Scotland, yeah. Thank you. Good knowledge.
I think, I'm not entirely sure, but sporting an Eden Rock vest. I'm going to assume so. But like many of these other young climbers, they do so much travelling to climb and train at different walls. It's so impressive. And I guess on their behalf, I'm going to say a big thank you to all the parents out there who are here supporting today, who drive them, take them all across the country and the globe to do what they love. Big thanks, shout out to my dad who did it for me for so many years. So yeah, you're all amazing. You don't get thanked enough.
That's really sweet, and I totally echo that point.
Well, back to the climbing. Lily just chilling out before approaching the next section of this black and orange route. And Sam coming up to our infamous sloper move.
So well here, one of the shorter climbers, it'll be interesting which option he uses. Goes for
nice
the heel.
hook. And gets the clip in early, which if he makes it past the sloper section will be really nice. It means he can just carry on going.
Well, Sam needs to flip it, which he does.
Good climbing from Sam.
Well done, Sam. Stands through that well. So actually that, having achieved this point, puts him into second.
It looks like he's just getting going now.
Yeah, he's really starting to motor, isn't he, on that section? He's found his flow. Lily also climbing really well. Here we go with Sam. That's high point. High point for Sam. He's climbing super well. Oh.
Into that shoulder. Oh, and he just loses the foot and takes an awkward tumble.
Just loses that foot, but that's a fantastic performance from him. He climbed that, Molly, with such good rhythm and flow once he'd
gone past that crux move. He definitely found his flow, and it was, beautiful climbing from Sam. Lily's still going, showing the different styles that these two categories have for their routes. The boys' route, obviously a little bit more punchy. You can't hang around for that long. The girls, maybe slightly more endurance-based. Lily's still going strong. Good guppy on that volume. Let's see if she can get some rest out of it.
Here she goes, over the right. Does well there, out into this left shoulder. She's come up and over with the right hand here. She's got enough left to make this clip. This really is the business end of this route. What have you got left? What can you do with it?
This next hold that Lily's about to go to does not look good.
But she gets a foot out left there. That's an interesting change.
Yeah,
different
really
to previous.
nice and efficient. Climbing super well.
She can match in here. That's an equal high point. She'll go first on the count back. One more move to go. She gets the top hold, but she needs to clip the final chain.
Well done,
Which
Lily.
she does. Well done, Lily Kinnersley. Into first place. Big smiles.
Pretty chuffed with that, yeah. So excitement for Lily, but big pressure now for Faye McDougall. This definitely changes the game.
So Faye McDougall coming up next is our highest ranked competitor from yesterday's qualification. Previously won the Junior British Lead Championships in her youth category. She also came 13th at the World Youth Championships and has come 12th at a Continental Youth Cup. So
not bad.
that's a strong season to come in. But like you said, in competitions, sometimes anything happens, and if you're coming in with the pressure of knowing that the person before you topped the route, you've got to deal with that. Meanwhile, for the male athletes, we have Tom Steele coming up next. Tom,
Final at European Youth Cup this year.
Yeah, final at European Youth Cup, 18th at World Youth Championships, and is the previous winner of the junior.
So title to retain.
Exactly. Well, in fact, this is that was in Youth C, so this is
he stepped up
stepping
a category.
up a category. So this will be his first year in Youth B. So taking the title in your first year of that category would be really impressive.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, maybe an alteration. I don't think this is Tom Steele. Or maybe it is. I've not seen Tom for a while.
He definitely looks like one of the taller athletes in his category.
Yeah.
Probably won't see him opting for the really high, tight heel that we just saw Sam use for that sloper section, but maybe he'll be able to keep his feet low and hang under that sloper and make it a bit better.
Good arm swing there from Faye before she pulls on. She means business.
Yep, always. One of the McDougall family. We'll see her older brother Jack competing today in the senior men's category.
In fact, he is the current reigning senior men's title holder.
Yeah, true. So it'd be really cool if the family could walk away with 2 wins today. But there's still a long way to go before we see that, so let's wish Faye good luck and see how she gets on.
Yeah, Tom climbing well through this section. Both athletes moving well, moving decisively. They'll want to move efficiently through these lower sections, not expend too much energy, because their objective will really be to cash that in the higher sections of both routes. But both look like they're climbing composed and confident.
Climbing quickly, still 4 minutes on the clock. And Tom, he did opt for that high heel. Making his length work, really sitting on that, taking off that bottom foot.
Yeah, he's moving very well up to this next volume section.
Clearly a very flexible climber. Like we were saying earlier, his height may be forcing him to be more flexible to get into these bunched positions.
Yeah, bridges well out on the sidewall here. That's smart. Allows him to get some opposition to make that undercut a little better.
Yeah, really smart climbing. Also giving him a bit more space than that foothold would. That's a bit closer in.
Yeah, he needs to fight hard here. Sam Hammond, our current holder of the high point, did a couple more moves.
Nicely skipping out this awkward shoulder section with some alternative beta.
Yeah, he needs to come in and he needs to get into the shoulder. Oh, just losing Tom there, just coming to that, his foot just giving way. That could be interesting, because if the judges will have judged Sam to have held that shoulder, then Sam will take the win and Tom will be second there. So that'll be interesting to see where the scores come in. But great performance by Tom.
They're making light work of this route so far. Looking very composed.
Yeah, she is indeed. But she needs to top this route. And with arguably the hardest section yet to go, she'll not want to make any mistakes.
Yeah, and this section has been a bit tricky. We've seen a few different sequences in terms of clipping and hand movements, so we'll see what Faye opts to try.
Into the shoulder well here. Making this clip quickly would suggest that she's fresh enough to have a little shake here, which she does.
She knows what she has to do. It's not just about, trying to get as far as possible. The only option is top for Faye, so we'll see if she can hold it together for
and here she goes.
2 more moves.
Very comfy there.
Good effort from Faye. It's always a different game when the pressure is on to top. So an extra big congratulations to Faye.
Yeah, very, very good performance from Faye. I feel like we should have sounded more excited on the commentary, but I guess she was looking so composed through that section. To be honest, once she made that final clip, looked confident that she was going to go to the top.
Yeah, I guess that's the problem with being kind of a favourite. You're almost expected to win, which again brings its own sorts of pressure. But well done, Faye. Even if you are the favourite, you still have to make it happen, and she definitely did. So.
Yeah. I think that's absolutely right. Absolute testament to that performance. Coming out, you're in first place. The previous climber had topped the route. All the pressure's on you, and she delivered that with a really consummate performance. Meanwhile, on the replay there, just Tom Steele just losing that foot on that shoulder section. We'll have to check with the judges, but that very well may put him in second place. But at the same time, that means a fantastic climb for Sam Hammond, who did flow incredibly well through that section, so is well deserving. Okay, so we're just going to have a short break in our schedule because the next category, the Youth A athletes, will be climbing on the same routes as B. The route setters are now going to go and clean all the holes thoroughly before we begin our next sort of round. So for now, Molly and I will just leave you for a few minutes while we take a quick break, but we'll rejoin you shortly for the Youth A Males and Females British League Climbing Championships final. See you shortly. Hi everybody and welcome back to the British Lead Climbing Championships 2022 here in Sheffield at Awesome Walls. Rejoining you in the commentary box is myself, Tom Greenall. I'm the head coach for GB Climbing, and shortly I'll be joined with our guest Molly Thompson-Smith, but she has just popped out, and due to having a broken leg it's going to take her a bit of a while to climb back up the stairs. We are now back and we are joined with the Youth A final categories. So out now we've had our first female Youth A competitor, just pulling onto the same route that you'll have seen the Youth Bs climb on previously. So climbing on this route we have Sienna Pfeiffer. Sienna is previously a junior British League Climbing Championships Youth B 13th place, so this is her first British League Climbing Championships final in this new category of Youth A. She's making good progress on the bottom section in this route. We're just over halfway through our proceedings for today, so following the Youth A category we'll then advance to the senior category as well, where we'll see the athletes climb on some different routes. But for now we'll enjoy watching Sienna make her way through this. So Sienna is a member of the GB National Development Squad, so she gets the opportunity to train with the best athletes in the country, and also an opportunity to then qualify in for some internationals as well. And we're now rejoined by Molly.
Sorry, it takes a while to get up all the stairs on crutches.
I was just explaining to everyone listening at home that you just popped out, and due to the number of stairs you might be hobbling your way back.
I'm quite efficient now, but yeah, there's still a little bit sketchy when it's 3.5 flights. But here we have Sienna fighting a little bit already, dragging on that left hand.
Oh, we just lose her there. Well, that's unfortunate for her. Struggled, maybe she was trying to hop there to bring her foot in really high, close to her body. Maybe that's quite a small space if you're a little bit taller. Potentially something we might see with the change in the Youth B to the Youth A category is that some of the sequences might actually alter, just due to the size of the athletes that are climbing on them. I mean, she fought hard there to try and get her foot up.
She did indeed, and I remember being the Youth B and the Youth A and competing against the older or younger category, and sometimes, you know, the younger athletes were just better than us Youth A's or vice versa. So
she's the first athlete to sort of take her seat there. Interesting that this area on the field of play where the athletes go to when they climb is actually known as the kiss and cry area.
is it?
For obvious reasons. Although I've never seen any kissing in that area.
No.
Maybe the other one, but no kissing.
I mean, yeah. Maybe when we get a bit older.
Apart from maybe Hamish Potiker, a European youths
Oh,
who
really?
famously kissed the brusher lady under encouragement from the commentator.
That's amazing.
That's a story for another time. Meanwhile, we have Savina Fillingham, who's coming out next for the female Youth A category. Yeah, Savina is a speed athlete as well, so it's super cool to see her, as with Kishan as well, being a speed athlete that's made the Lead Championships final in Youth A for Lead. She came 15th at the World Youth Championships in speed and actually competed at her first Senior World Cup in speed in Edinburgh only a few weeks ago.
I think this might be her. Is this her home wall as well? I mean, I've definitely seen her training speed here, as we do have a speed wall at Awesome Walls here in Sheffield.
I'm not sure actually if she's a local from here. Maybe.
Pretty impressive how far and wide this competition reaches in terms of where all these kids and senior athletes have travelled from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, Mo, as we discussed earlier with Keishan as well, I think it's fascinating seeing speed athletes in particular be able to cross over into lead. As you say, in the previous Olympic cycle for Tokyo, we saw a lot of boulderers crossing over well with speed, but not so much lead and speed together.
No, definitely not. But I guess as the younger generations become more familiar with the idea of being a combined athlete, we are seeing more of them be like comfortable in any sort of climbing environment, whether it's boulder, lead or speed. Especially with this younger generation, I think. Before it was very typical for all the disciplines to be so separate and there to be minimal crossover. A little bit between boulder and lead, but like you said, this speed to lead crossover is quite unique, so I'm excited about it.
I agree, I think it's super cool, and in going through that Tokyo cycle, the advent of the combined format in the initial, I think most athletes, coaches were sceptical of it, but I guess when it was introduced at a point where athletes were so established in their disciplines, having to relearn something else was very, very different. Whereas if you've grown up essentially training in that way, it must seem like a very, very different thing. And as Savina is now showing, she's moving with all the grace of a lead climber on this wall. Taking that rest at these orange pinches before she moves out to this.
Gets that high foot in.
Even managed to stop for a little chalk there for coming onto these pinches. So these holes were just cleaned moments ago by the route setters following the commencement of the Youth B category. So they should feel a little stickier. Savina being the second athlete out. Showing great hip flexibility there, getting into that tight drop knee position to make that clip.
Just wrestling a little bit now.
Yeah. This pinch section must be really tiring. It's a steep section of wall.
Yeah, it's always hard to climb steep sections of a route on site when you don't know the most efficient way to get through it. It's even more tiring. So Savina's doing well navigating these quite like unobvious holds.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we just lose her there. Just fumbling that hold, coming up with the left hand. She looked tired coming to that section, but she'll be pleased to take the high point.
And now, do we have our Youth A males joining?
Yeah, I believe so.
Starting off with Oscar Phillips, brother of Emily Phillips, who we'll see later, and someone who has had a major growth spurt over the last few years. I did not recognise him as Emily's little brother, who kind of followed her around at competitions for a few years while she was, rising through the senior ranks. I then came across him again earlier this year and was like, who is this? So it's just that category where a lot changes and people come back looking almost like different people.
Yeah, I totally agree. It'll be really fascinating to see Oscar. He's also a member of the GB development squad, so trains with the other team members. He's got a previous Junior British League Climbing Championships result of 4th place. So he's definitely very capable in this category. But of course, as we saw earlier, the red route on the left-hand side, the 8A Plus, is very, very tricky, especially in that top section. So it'll be interesting to see what Oscar can make of that when he comes out shortly. Here he is. Sporting a very fetching bleach blonde hairdo as well.
It's quite popular this year, probably due to our senior athlete Max Milne setting the interesting hair trend.
It's fascinating, isn't it? I had my hair bleached in 2019.
Oh, actually, sorry, it was you
nobody,
then.
Nobody liked it. Nobody liked it when I did it. Yeah, for those who are interested, there's a story behind that. At the Hachioji 2019 World Championships, I bet Shauna Coxey that if she qualified for the Olympics that she could bleach my hair. She subsequently obviously made that goal, And then she followed through on her other part of the bargain, which was to bleach my hair. Got far less street creds than Max Milne did for his, but that's okay.
I saw it, Tom. It was a good look. Don't worry about it.
Max is much cooler than I. I'll let him have that one. So next up on the female route we have Grace Coxon. Meanwhile, over on the men's route, Oscar climbed well through this bottom section. I'm really excited to see how these, having that direct comparison between Youth B and Youth A on exactly the same routes is often quite interesting to see.
Yeah, I guess you'd assume that you'd see better performances when you move to Youth A, but that might not necessarily be the case. We already had such a strong showing in the Youth B female final with Faye and Lily topping out on the final route, so we'll see if the Youth A's can keep up.
Yeah, I agree. It is super fascinating. I suppose for us all the time with seniors, there is no division of age. Everyone is in together, and we've started to see more and more youth athletes when they turn 16 competing in seniors anyway. And earlier this year for our selection trials, we started to bring the youth athletes in as well to be part of that. And I think it's really fascinating just to see those levels. And often, as you said, there can be an assumption that with the increase of the age, the standard is going to come up. But actually, we do have athletes in who are 16 who are climbing incredibly well at incredibly high standards.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, just lose Oscar there.
Oh, he was hanging on by one finger on that screw-on for a second. Shakes his head, not too happy with that. Was in a bit of a tricky position as he hadn't got that clip in next to him, I don't think, and was clearly very pumped.
Meanwhile, Grace just entering this just over the halfway mark, I suppose, this route.
Taking her time, climbing quite slowly, but very nicely.
Yeah, she is. She's quite decisive with her clipping from what we've seen already.
Really wrapping that left hand around that big orange sloper.
Yeah, she's doing well here. But this is where this route really kicks in. Probably that build-up of fatigue from the consistently difficult moves leading in. You've got to make a couple of difficult clips. And you can see she's just trying to find the best position with which to do this.
Yeah, still hasn't clipped that one on her right, but has wrapped the volume and has just about, didn't quite get it in and took quite a big fall. Good commitment from Grace there.
Oh yeah, such a shame to lose Grace at that section. Clearly feeling the fatigue, but she fought hard there. That might work in her favour a little bit because she probably, by not stopping to clip the clip from lower, achieved a reasonable high point. Meanwhile, on the replay here, we have Oscar clearly looking very pumped there. Look at that, dropping down to one ring finger as he tries to make that next move up. Okay, so next up for the male category, we have Rena Conroy. And we have... Sorry, that's in the female category. We have Rena Conroy.
And we have Tom Healy.
And we have Tom Healy.
For the guys.
So Tom Healy, a member of our GB National Development Squad also, junior British lead, result of third previously. And in the 2021 YCS actually came first.
So many champions in this youth final.
I know.
It's crazy the amount of titles and medals all of these youth athletes have. Very cool to be able to sit here and watch them compete.
It's also nice to see an Irish athlete as well. We also had obviously Ukrainian athletes earlier too. So I think that's fantastic that our British nationals is also so welcoming for people from not only Britain, because Ireland is obviously Britain, but from other countries as well. I think that's great.
Yeah, for sure. It always adds an extra layer, and there's so much to be learned from competing against these guys.
And here's Tom motoring up on the red route. Tom's from North Wales. Mentioning your point earlier, Molly, about just the absolute invaluable role that parents play in a young athlete's, life and the support that they offer. Tom's dad is one of the hardest working dads I ever see. He's a teacher. In between every route, he'll be in the back working on his computer. Wow. It's really impressive, the amount of commitment, and especially for Tom, I think as well, being based in North Wales, it's just that bit further away from Sheffield, from Leeds, and a lot of driving, a lot of commitment. But I think Tom's made a lot of improvements the last sort of 2 years that I've seen him climb, and I definitely think he's hungry for it.
Both athletes moving well, around the same level on the wall, same height. Just getting into the more meaty, tricky sections on their routes now.
Yeah, both athletes in front of us getting into those tougher sections. Good heel hook from Tom on the left there. That's proved to be quite a good method for utilising the sloper and then also for making that clip. He's got to do this delicate stand. He's got to really push through these feet up into this undercut now as he drives up. Very nicely done. Meanwhile, Rena going well.
Let's see if Tom can find his flow like Sam did earlier in the Youth B category, now that he's up into this awkward shoulder section.
He's looking good here. Maybe missed an opportunity to bridge on that sidewall, but maybe he doesn't need to.
Oh, he's definitely fighting a little bit now, but he's got his eyes on the next hold.
Doing well. Oh, we just lose Rena on the right-hand side. Just going over the right hand for that black pole, but she takes first place, takes the high point. Meanwhile, Tom getting in this shoulder.
From Tom. Let's see, he's going to get the really high foot. Good work, Tom. That elbow is up and out.
So this is where this route goes from 8A plus to more like 8B plus. Really good effort from Tom Healy there.
Wow. Such an accurate little slot. And it's actually, you can't see it on the screen, but quite a long way to the finish hold, I think.
Yeah, so I think looking at it from the side here, there's the slot, there's the move down, and then you have to do another hard right-hand move up to a little crimp. But then there's essentially no feet and probably a little jump out left to
another blocked hold.
Another blocked hold.
Route setting favourite.
So good efforts from both of those athletes. That puts them both in first place, achieving the high points on their routes retrospectively. So next up, we're going to have in the female category, we're going to have Emma Edwards, and then in the male category, we're going to have Grant Goodman.
Yeah, and those two athletes we just saw have secured their place on the podium, which is exciting.
It must be difficult, mustn't it, to have the high point. There's a couple of people left to go. You're in first place.
It's crazy how much your, like, not expectations, but what you're satisfied with changes. So you come out, or you go into finals, or maybe even the competition with finals being the goal, and then oh, wouldn't it be nice to be on the podium? And then you finish your climb with 2 to go, and you're guaranteed a medal, and then it's like, well, third's not good enough now. But maybe both of these athletes are already thrilled with their performances. Let's hope so.
So here we come. Out with Emma first. So Emma competed this year at the World Youth Championships, where she finished 12th actually, and the Junior British League Climbing Championships result from last year of 6th. So good pedigree from Emma.
Grant off to a pretty quick and powerful start. Looks ready to go get it.
I suppose come back to your previous point, there's he will probably know, based off the applause and everything he heard, that Tom will have set a very, very good high point, and he'll know he'll have to attack this route and really give it everything if he wants that podium spot.
Yeah, for sure, and he's definitely climbing confidently. Emma just about to get going. Different approaches from the two. Emma taking a bit more time to refresh her memory, go over the route, because these guys will have been in isolation for quite a while now, and their observation was about almost 3 hours ago. So it has been a while, and you know, it's a lot to remember. These routes are long and very detailed and technical, so I'm not surprised Emma took a little bit of time to go through her plan again and make sure she was ready to execute.
Yeah, absolutely. An interesting aspect of competition climbing, the isolation period. Obviously, that's not necessarily a part of the competition that you guys at home on the live streams will get to see, but it's a fascinating space, Molly, the behind-the-scenes isolation.
Definitely, I guess it's where, as a competitor, you kind of see what your other competitors are like. Oh,
Meanwhile,
Grant takes a cut on the sloper, and he is not going to try and camp us, is he?
Oh no, he's gone up with that hand. He needs to flip this to an undercut, which he does.
Amazing strength from Grant there to hold that sloper without any feet. But
yeah, I wonder how much that's cost him.
He's trying to go upwards, but he's not got that clip. Let's see if he can.
Cedric, he'll probably be disappointed with that. That was a cut loose in exactly the spot where you don't want one. It took him a while to control that swing to get his foot back on, by which time probably didn't have much left when he hit that undercut. As Molly said, he hadn't made the clip already. The summation of a few little technical errors coming in there for him. Meanwhile, I'm sure Tom Healy will breathe a little sigh of relief there.
That's one down.
Meanwhile, Emma climbing really, really well on this route. She's just taking her time. She's coming up to the halfway mark for her allocated 6 minutes for the total route.
About to get stuck in on these big orange macros.
Yeah, Emma quite a tall competitor, so it'll be interesting to see the positions that she chooses to make these clips from. As Molly was saying earlier, as Emma drops back down, you can see that this straight arm position is just so much more relaxing biomechanically. It allows you to reduce the strain on your biceps, and thus you can try and relax your grip a little bit to save energy for the next section. So that was sufficient there to come back for a little rest before she attacks this next part.
Little cut loose, but looking pretty comfortable and showing some great flexibility there. I'm not quite sure what's happening, but clearly does the stretching.
Yeah, still looks like she's got a reasonable amount in there. I was just looking at her hand position. Still able to maintain that really good half crimp on that right hand. Let's see if she can be decisive through this section, find the sequence that's best for her.
She uses the clip pretty early, which hopefully is a good decision for her, and allows her to just focus on doing the next couple moves, which will be around our high point.
Yeah, this move I thought for Tokan, a really high step back to get onto that foot.
And when you're tired, a high step is never easy. And
just lose Emma there.
Not looking too happy, but I mean, you never know how you've done until you get down, really. So hopefully she'll be feeling a little bit better about it when people tell her that she climbed pretty well.
And that should put her in first place, though, with that move out left, actually, from the black hold. She might be disappointed, but does that secure her? How many athletes we got left? Has that secured her a podium spot?
I think we are down to our final athlete.
Okay, so if that's the high point, if the judges award that plus from the right hand coming off left, which I believe they should do, that'll put Emma in first place with one climber left to go. As you can see here, Emma being one of the taller competitors, that's a very small space in which to get that right foot on and get into it. She's starting to feel a little tired, doesn't quite get her knee through enough to weight that left foot. Hopefully she'll be happy with that. She can now sit in the kiss and cry area with her other competitors and
enjoying the last.
I was going to say we'll have the privilege, but it's not always a privilege.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always an easy place to be, but it is always nice to be able to watch other people climb. And I'm sure a lot of the younger athletes are really enjoying seeing the older athletes climbing and learning from them and just being inspired. It's always nice when loads of different generations can like get together and, you know, enjoy each other's climbing.
So next we have out on the female route, we have Kaylin Lennon from Ireland, and for the male category we have Dylan Soyne.
Dylan recently having moved from Australia, I believe.
Yeah.
Competed in his first World Cup in Edinburgh earlier. When was it? Last month?
Yeah.
Another person who's made a big commitment to his training, moving to Leeds, training with the precision team.
Okay, so both athletes off and underway. Both looking fairly comfortable through this bottom section. Dylan motoring there a little bit. Look at that, very confidently through this.
Yeah, both looking very relaxed.
It's been really easy actually, because these bottom sections of the routes, most of the competitors have climbed through these very quickly and efficiently. It's easy to assume that they're easy sections of the route, but there are no easy sections of these routes.
No. Definitely a different style to yesterday. I think the routes were pretty hard off the floor yesterday, as the route sets had a lot more people to separate. So today the athletes have been treated to slightly kinder starts maybe, where, you know, it really kicks in progressively the further up the route that they get.
Yeah, and it's also nice to see that. I mean, I obviously am very passionate about bouldering as much as lead climbing as a coach, but I do enjoy, I suppose with qualification you have two routes, you can have two very different styles, but I do enjoy it when there is an endurance aspect that's on showcase by the routes themselves.
Definitely, I guess that's what makes lead climbing predominantly. But yeah, I guess a good route is a route that can somehow incorporate many different styles all into one. And I think the route setters have done a good job. You know, they can't really choose what angles or panels or holds they get most of the time, so it's just working with what they got, and I think they've done a pretty good job, so well done route setters.
Yeah, they most certainly have. And also as well, a quick sort of shout out here to a couple of our hole sponsors as well. Beta Climbing Designs that have provided a whole host of great holds for these routes to be set with, and also Contact as well, for providing some additional holes too. Without their support, these routes would not look as representative, as Molly said, of World Cup or international style routes.
Dylan standing up into that undercut, he tried to clip, but he couldn't, but he has made it work from this higher position. I just wonder how tired that right hand will be now. With that right hand is just volume for his fingers and a thumb catch, so a little hold for his thumb. So it's not the most positive hold, but this is a really nice little technical heel hook that he's done here to help him get that clip and move in a controlled manner to that side pull. Let's see if he what he can make of this next section, whether he chooses to use the sidewall. As a smaller competitor, I think he fits a lot better in this box than some of the previous male athletes we've seen on this. But he's moving super well.
Looks like he has a bit extra in. We'll see how he copes with this big shoulder press.
We're now getting real close to the top and close to our gold medal position. So let's see if Dylan can keep it together. He's still got more work to do.
Both climbers actually getting very, very high on the routes here.
Both doing an excellent job.
Yeah, Kaylin as well.
It would just be great if they could both give us a top. Come on,
Dylan's
guys.
doing really well. Let's go for that next hold.
This move is so hard. Such a tiny hold he's going to, but an excellent performance from Dylan.
Meanwhile, Kaylin also, we could see the two champions crowned on the same, as the last climbers on the same route. And Kaylin does clip the chains. Great
job,
performance
Kaylin.
from both. great performance from both athletes, both Dylan and Kaylin taking their retrospective first places in their category. Dylan really impressed me, Molly, on that section there. That little heel hook, the choice just to have a shake,
really
compose.
well technically. You know, overcame some challenges like missing that clip, making it work slightly higher up, but staying composed and carrying on for quite a way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also Kaylin as well there in the female category as well, just motoring through that top section, moving really decisively all the way to the top. Congratulations to both athletes. Okay, so that's going to conclude the Youth A finals. Now this competition normally, so at youth competitions there is normally a junior category, so the junior category sits above Youth A, but it overlaps with the senior. For the purpose of this competition, we didn't feel it was appropriate to have a junior category specifically than senior, so now we advance straight through to the senior category itself, where we're going to have 6 athletes for the females and 8 athletes for the males. Miles, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's always nice to, I travel with these guys. I live with some of them. I've known them for almost all of my climbing life, and so it's always a joy to be able to watch them climb, watch them compete, and, you know, feel a bit connected to their climbing journey. So I'm well excited for this.
Yeah, and we have an absolutely stacked
Yeah.
field in here. Every athlete that you're about to watch in the male category competes internationally, whether it be for the junior team or the senior team for Great Britain. And in the females, we have all the female athletes are undoubtedly at that international standard. There's only one athlete actually not currently in the team, but I'm really hopeful that athlete can actually make a good progress towards qualifying for the team this year too. So I'm really excited for this. As a quick rundown, should we pick out a few athletes and just talk a bit about what we might expect from them, because you and I know them very, very well.
Yeah, 100%.
Should we start? We'll start with the female team.
Yeah, go on then. So I think this one's pretty exciting because we have our winner from last year, Zoe Peterman's daughter of Andrea, who we saw earlier in the female vets category. And Zoe she's not been on the team, if I'm correct, but she has shown that she's very invested in lead climbing, and as someone who's very passionate about lead climbing, I love the fact that Zoe is all about lead. A very competent boulder as well, but it's exciting to see her go all in for the lead discipline. And yeah, so we've got a previous winner.
I was just looking through as well. I'm really excited to see Holly climb in this final. So for those of you who know Holly is a very accomplished boulderer. She had a standout international boulder season this year.
Yeah, top 10 result at the World Cup.
Top 10 result at World Cup, and is also looking towards Paris, making the transition into lead. She competed at her first World Cup in Edinburgh, so I'm really excited to see her. So out on the, I was going to say the mats, but that's bouldering when you're out on the mats. Out
on the floor.
On the floor? Out on the floor.
Yeah.
Is Joe Zabirius for the male category. So Joe is a member of the junior international team. He competed at World Youth Championships this year, coming 20th, and has had a European Youth Cup result of 9th. Very strong athlete.
Maybe his first senior British League Climbing Championship final?
Yeah, this very well may be.
So it's a good day for Joe already, really.
Yeah. It's also exciting because we now get to see this change of routes as well. So this is probably the hardest route that the setters have set. It weighs in at 8B plus, but Max said take that with a pinch of salt. So it's probably more like 8C. He also pointed out that he felt it was appropriate that the male athletes had the pink route and the female athletes had the blue route.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm super excited to see this one. This route breaches the steep section of the Awesome Walls main head wall, which is an uncharacteristically steep bit of wall, if that's appropriate to say. But I think what it does do is it can lend itself to some really interesting steep climbing and turning around in that space.
Yeah, I wonder if we have any inversions today. That's always a really stressful thing to come out and, well, try and see. You never know quite if you have to invert in a roof, but it's really hard trying to understand the way that your body's supposed to move from the floor. So we'll see if the route setters have put an inversion in there. But Joe's looking good so far, moving relatively quickly onto the middle panel and the panel just before we get into the roof.
And this is quite nice from mine and Molly's commentary position. The athletes are climbing right in front of us here, so we can have a really good view of this roof section up on the top mezzanine here at Awesome Walls.
A nice mix of holds on this route. You've got quite a few crimps, some pinches, some big slopers and undercuts. So it's really testing the climbers on all sorts of climbing holds.
Am I right, Molly, in saying that this wall is fairly long in terms of climbing length? Vertical height different, but actual climbing length because of the steep roof?
Definitely, and like the steep roof is complicated. The climbing in that roof is complex often, and so it takes time to figure out like your sequence and everything. And a roof is probably the place you want least to need to take your time in. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get some people who've got the endurance of monsters maybe coming close to timing out on this final route.
Yeah, already, as you say that, with as Joe just kind of takes a little shake here before he attacks the roof section, we come into the final 3 minutes of his performance time.
Just making that first clip out into the roof.
Joe's very strong climber, but also incredibly flexible. You can just kind of see that a little bit there with this high heel as he takes this rest.
Yeah, he's a super nice climber to watch as well.
Yeah. Philosophy student.
Just started uni in Leeds, if I am correct.
Yeah.
But moving really quickly through this roof. A little bit of feet first action.
Yeah, you can see that opposition with his toe behind that volume a bit there just to keep some tension.
Arms constantly locked.
Yeah. This is where at this section you do not want an unexpected cut loose. You must maintain your tension as much as you can. It's not only sapping on the arms and the fingers, but the core as well as you fight to stay in control. But he's doing really well here.
Yeah, he's shaken out. He's definitely pumped, but he's still looking in control. Fingers are still closing just about, but this sloper doesn't look too good. But he's really sitting on that heel, so he's making it work.
Yeah, using that flexibility. Come on, Joe.
Now approaching the head wall, he's just giving himself a little, come on, one more clip.
Yeah, you can see he's pumped, but he's fighting hard.
Absolutely amazing performance from Joe here, finding a rest on the head wall. That'll be really helpful for these last couple of moves, probably the hardest moves on the route. Is that tiny, tiny crimp coming up?
Come on, Joe.
Blocked by the volume.
Oh. And we lose Joe just there at the top.
Just 3 holds shy of the top. That was an amazing first performance we've had on that route.
Yeah, what a fantastic opening for Joe, and that's quite the marker for the other men to follow.
Not much time left on the clock as well.
Yeah.
Definitely a route that's more endurance-y in style, I would say. It didn't look like there was a single move that was much harder than any other, I would say, for Joe. Very consistent, sustained, pumpy climbing.
Yeah. Really good performance. As you said earlier, he climbed really decisively. He took rests appropriately, but then when he was moving there, he was climbing consistently with good pace, good rhythm, finding good rests, and as Molly pointed out, he got sort of round that head wall, had a little conversation with himself, said, right, Joe, here we go.
I love it when athletes do that. It's really cool to see a bit of personality and fire come out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that was an outstanding climb from Joe.
Yeah. He'll be happy if he feels like he's really delivered against his max and fell off trying hard, pumped out. He'll be really pleased with that. Great effort for Joe. So looking at who we've got next, we've got Diane Akhtar who's going to come out next. So Diane, another exciting junior athlete.
European Youth Champion in Boulder.
Yeah, European Youth Champion, competed at his first World Youth Championships in Leeds this year where he came 15th. Has also achieved an 11th at a Continental Youth in this discipline, as well as being such a strong boulderer.
Another one of our really strong combined youth athletes. Yeah, Diane is someone I'm so excited to see progress in his climbing career, because I really do think he'll go on and achieve some amazing things. Like, he's already doing such a good job, and he's got a good support system at home, and I'm thrilled and really excited.
Yeah, I agree. Very, very determined young man.
Yeah, it's always, I mean, it must be so hard for these younger, like youth male athletes to get involved with the big boys in the senior competition. And I think Diane's competed against the men for a couple years now, and it's amazing to see his progress, like, and for him not to be deterred at the beginning when it is such a big step up from the junior categories. And so I'm always so impressed, and it's really cool to see when the youth guys start, you know, playing with the senior men and giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, I totally agree, and it's such an interesting part of the competition, isn't it? Because as we've seen today, even though performances could be comparable, if an athlete is in a particular youth category and they're separated from other athletes, therefore, you know, the potential to win and medalling is different. Whereas when you make it into senior, if you're over 16, everybody's in together. You can be competing with veterans of 10 seasons worth, and I think then it's a really big test of your ability. Plus, as you said, Molly, not only is there the big technical and tactical step up and the standard of competition is higher, but the physical step up is significant, isn't it, once you get into the senior categories?
100%. And the mental step up, like going from being, I guess, a big fish in a little pond to maybe a little fish in a big pond, and still having that belief that you can do it and that there's a space for you, I think is really hard when you come into the world of seniors. So I'm so impressed with Diane for just like keeping going and doing such a good job.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see. And I think that's also really encouraging for us to see so many of our young men and women who are breaking into that senior age being able to come in to train with the likes of yourself, to be able to pick up those lessons but be inspired, because they've been watching you compete for years and they're hungry for it too. And I think that works both in their favour and in ours too, because it pushes the whole standard of our team.
Yeah, definitely. There's nothing like kids coming for you to get you training hard.
I definitely know that the boys have often said that Diane is one of those boys that they're often like, oh dear, we best not slack off.
Yeah, I know, scary. But Diane already pretty much in the roof.
Yeah, similar sort of performance time there to Joe, hitting the 3-minute mark.
Gonna take a little chill here. The classic chill spot on this line before he gets into the real tiring physical section. It doesn't really let up until you get onto the head wall.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it? The setters haven't done anything too complicated for this section.
No.
Maybe factoring in the fact that total climb time is fairly long, so it is a long bit of wall.
Not quite climbing as efficiently as Joe. Joe managed to get that first roof clip in from the panel with the Mammoth logo on and didn't take such a big cut, but Diane is a powerful, powerful climber, so maybe he's just climbing to his strengths.
Yeah, speed is always efficiency when you're climbing at an angle like this. So hopefully Diane can just keep it together.
Such an interesting comparison of styles here. Diane kind of cutting often. Joe trying to keep his feet on as much as possible.
Yeah, Diane's looking tired here though, as we lose him at the lip there.
Good fight from Diane, and maybe a performance we didn't quite give Joe credit for. Like, maybe it was just the first climber out has come out and had an absolute smashing climb. We'll see.
Yeah, it's so easy, isn't it, when you see somebody get high who's qualified near the sort of, I suppose, the lower positions. They come out, they have a great performance. It is easy to assume the route. I mean, we've seen that numerous times at World Cups this year. In particular, someone like Taisei Homa, who often comes out in 8th and nearly tops the route, and everyone thinks it's easy, but it turns out to be really tricky. But definitely an interesting performance there. I think I definitely agree with you, Moles, about Diane taking a couple of cuts there, maybe choosing a more powerful option, whereas Joe really fought hard to maintain tension and reduce those unwanted cut loose.
I guess that's where you see the
moments.
difference in styles between predominantly boulderers and predominantly lead climbers. I would say Joe Zib is would be more of a lead specialist, obviously someone who competes in boulder as well, and then Diane the other way around. So he's only just starting his lead career, and he's off to a pretty good start.
Absolutely. And just touching on your earlier point, they've been in isolation for a long time. Yeah. It's such a critical aspect of high-end lead performances, the good decisions that you make while you're on the route, and Joe made excellent decisions there. Okay, so now we see the female athletes also joining the male. So here we have Holly Toothill, and for the men we have Sam Butterworth.
Maybe Holly's at first ever BLCCs? for the seniors, or
think it
maybe even
might
just
be.
full stop. She was pretty against lead climbing, I think, for quite a while, and has now given in to the idea with aspirations for Paris qualification for the Olympic Games. So it's extra exciting to see her on a rope, really. It is rare.
Yeah, no, super exciting. And after the lead season, the boulder season that she's had internationally, it's great to see her getting on the rope more and
doing well.
Yeah, and doing well as well. She's an incredibly technical climber, is Holly. She moves with such balance and grace, and that lends itself really well to lead climbing. And at the same time, Sam also started his international career this season. It was his first year. He did a couple of European lead competitions and then a World Cup as well. One of the nicest men on the team.
Yeah, he's
Sam.
a sweetheart.
Actually, he has something written on his shoes, which I thought was quite interesting the other day, and I asked him what it was, and he told me that he'd read Matthew McConaughey's book, and what's written on his shoes is "Don't half-ass it," which is his approach to his climbing.
That's cool, and I think sometimes you need that reminder. On routes this hard and this committing, you can't not give it everything.
Yeah, full commitment. Here's Holly making her way through this first initial steep section.
Maybe similar in style to the men's route so far, quite endurance-y, nothing too hard so far.
No, she's climbing super well, as we can see, dropping down to that straight arm position that you talked about earlier, more for good technique. Keeping her arms straight, relaxed, initiating well out of her lower body. She moves herself around the holds really well.
Yeah, totally.
Sam is also one of the fittest competitors, I think, in our team. He has
so much endurance.
bags of endurance. Yeah.
So maybe this will be a good route for him. Both of them pretty much climbing next to each other.
Yeah, he's climbing super well. Takes a lot of shakes to Sam. He likes to sort of relax his way through the easier sections of routes.
A very classic lead climber style. Starting to get interesting on the women's routes with some pretty big holds. And now some very small ones. Both moving at identical pace.
Yeah, they're now inside the final 3 minutes of their 6-minute performance time, which means that they'll probably take a rest here. But as you know, Sam's not taking; he's ploughing on.
Neither is Holly. Both of them getting going into the roof.
Yeah, definitely moving with purpose. Sam doing well here to orientate his feet. He's going to try and avoid some of those unnecessary cut loose. Meanwhile, Holly's doing well here. Oh, we just lose Sam there in the roof. Oh, that's a real shame. He'll be disappointed with that. Didn't quite look comfortable enough doing that cross underneath for that hold. Meanwhile, Holly doing well, fighting through the steep section. So good at using her legs like arms is what I want to try to describe. Climbing with all 4 limbs really efficiently,
very
keeping contact.
Very technical and very good at spreading the load and the weight. And I think this might be a hand jam for the women. What do you reckon? Or is there a hold underneath? I can't quite see from this angle.
There is one. I couldn't decide whether or not you could pinch it.
Oh. And I think Holly just tried to go to a foothold. But, I mean, it's so hard to tell the difference nowadays between handholds and footholds. And when you're in the roof and you're tired, you kind of just go for whatever you can get your hands on.
Yeah. Shame to lose both in the roof there, but good performances, I think, to get into that route section. I think, Sam might be a little bit disappointed there that he didn't make a better fist of that cross under, but he seems happy. Holly also, like Molly, you were just saying then, I think when you're at that angle and you've climbed that far, the decision about what sequence you choose is so important. One wrong move and often you can't reverse, or the route will just spit you out. And there, maybe you're right. Maybe just choosing to try and go wide for that hold, which looks like it could be more for a heel. Yeah, there we see just losing Sam there in the roof on the replay.
I think Holly, if that is a hand jam, decided she didn't want anything to do with it.
Yeah.
And tried to go for what looked a bit more normal.
Yeah, I haven't spoke to the setters. I did wonder whether there was a bit of a controlled release, spin, heel, and then you'd come in underneath with the left hand. So, on to our next competitors. For the women, we have Jo Neem, and for the men, we have Max Milne.
A man who needs little introduction.
Yeah, I was going to try and give him an introduction. I thought, no, I'll just leave him to it.
Known as Max the Future on Instagram. Sporting quite, relatively relaxed hair for him. Relatively chill. Not very exciting. I'm used to seeing him with purple, green, pink, blue. So he's toned it down, but I mean, he's not toned down his character, and he's still the same Max that we know and love. So I'm excited to see him bring out his character on this route.
There was definitely times with his hair this season I was like, where does he go from here?
Yeah, I know. How does he keep building? There had to be a break. Jo Neem back from a year abroad in Germany, having trained a lot with the German team and Austrian team at their facilities. Good to have her back.
Yeah, Jo's a really tenacious climber, and she really excels on endurance-based routes. So I'm really fascinated to see how she goes on this, because this route really has a bit of a combination. It's steep and pumpy through the lower section, but then we do have that fiercely powerful roof section. So I'm excited to see how Jo goes. Did plenty of competing internationally this year for GB, so she'll be...
Probably her biggest season.
Yeah, so she'll be perfectly well versed in the whole comp game at this point of the year.
Looking to close her season with a bang and a good finish here at the BLCCs.
Really interesting with Max as well, because really known for his dynamic flair, and he does climb in that very explosive, high-risk boulder style, akin to a kind of a Japanese style, and he'll often talk about Tomoe Narasaki as a big influence on how he climbs. But seeing that translating to route climbing is quite interesting, because sometimes that high-risk movement can be costly, but he has competed a fair bit this year with lead.
Yeah.
Narrowly missed out on multiple semi-finals.
Yeah, he's had a good first year. He's an excellent boulderer, but I mean, it's still so difficult to make it to the next stage in a men's lead World Cup. So it's not been easy for him, but he has had a really good go this year, and I'm so excited to see him next year. I think he's taken on and learnt so much. He had a massive boulder season with a medal in Brixen, a second place, and just competing at so many international events. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was quite tired today, but I'm sure he'll be looking to close the season well and set some good motivation for next year.
Yeah, I agree. Max definitely doesn't turn up at competitions to have a go. He definitely comes with one thing in mind. And like you said, learnt a lot. Maybe interesting as well, sort of when you're used to a certain level of performance in your primary discipline in boulder and you've had some success, then the journey you go on with the other discipline is interesting. But I think he has huge potential as a combined athlete. We've already seen that this season, and I'm really excited for next year as he really pushes hard for a Paris qualification.
Yeah, I've trained with him a lot this year, and he's been asking so many questions when we've been lead climbing. He is so keen to learn and grow, and I think that's such a good mindset to have in this game, and I think he will learn and grow.
Both climbers now really getting into the meat of this steep section.
Jo approaching where we lost Holly. Let's see what she makes of this section and if there is a hand jam.
Yeah, she's fighting hard there, trying to keep the tensions with that toe hook and that high heel.
You can see those white kind of lines, they're called tick marks, indicating some hidden holes that they're the same colour as, they're also blue, and they're little screw-ons that have been drilled onto those bigger holes to make them a bit better.
Absolutely. And we know that hold that her heel's on well from the training centre. That's not a jug, that is a slopey rail. Max fighting well here.
Jo straight in with the hand jam. See if she can make it work. She's practiced that at team training. I've been there. It took her a few sessions to get it down, but it looks like it's paying off.
Come on, Max. Max fighting really well here. He's maintained excellent tension through the roof. Power screaming as he goes. Come on, Max. Really good effort from him.
Yeah, such a good fight from
Really
Max.
good fight.
And Jo showing her tenacity.
Oh.
And we just lose her.
Really good effort from Jo. That's going to put her in first place. And that'll be Max in second place. My memory served me well. Really good performances from both of them. It's really interesting, Molly. Often when you see the climbers, as soon as they hit the floor, you'll notice their heads up. They're thinking about the route. They're thinking.
Your head is straight back to where you've just fallen from, and what you should have done, what you could have done, and yeah, looking up, thinking, why did I do that? I wasn't thinking. But it all happens so quickly when you're up there. Jo's still looking up, taking it all in.
Great performances from both of them at the end of what has been a very long season, as you say. Always difficult to have your nationals at the end of your World Cup year. See there on the replay, Max tired, just losing a little bit of his technical accuracy with that foot, but still manages to make a really good attempt on that plus, which he should get, so that's great to see. And Jo committing to this hand jam really quickly, getting in that position. Jo, such a great athlete to watch because she really does leave it all out on the wall. There is no holding back with Jo.
Yeah, she really does. She's such a trier, and it's so cool to watch someone give everything.
Okay, so on to our next competitors. For the women, we have another teammate of yours, Mal, Thea Cameron, coming out. And for the men, we have the current reigning men's British champion, Jack McDougall.
We saw his sister win the Youth B female category not too long ago. So we'll see if it can be a double gold in the family today.
That's an exciting prospect. So Thea made the senior GB team this year for the first time. She did her first tour of internationals with her best result being a 19th place at the Arco Continental European Cup. Did plenty of World Cups too. A big year for Thea in terms of growing as an athlete, getting that international experience. It's something we've talked about a lot, isn't it, that making the national team at home is one part of it, but then when you get to travel internationals you really find out what the standard is like, and you get to climb on those big stages. So there's a lot to learn in your first season, isn't there?
Yeah, for sure. There's just so many extra layers to it as well. Like, you have to travel much further. You know, it's not just the days of the competition, it's the 2 days you're out before, the day out afterwards. It's so much more of a commitment, and with a commitment like that comes a lot more pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Thea, one of the real strong female athletes. She's really got a powerful style, so I'm excited to see her on this steep section. Meanwhile, Mr. McDougall making good progress as well over there on the left-hand side. So just a little bit of background about Jack. So Jack's been a competitor for a number of years. He is obviously the reigning champion, as we said, but he also competed this year as well in the World Youth Championships, where he made the final and came sixth, which is an incredibly high standard of competition. And he also has come 11th place at a Continental Youth Cup. He also did some competitions in senior boulder as well this year for the first time. So a busy year for him too.
Yeah, but he will be tired as well.
Both athletes just sort of coming up over this overlap onto the next sort of steep panel. This section not quite as steep as the one that they've just climbed, but the route setters are definitely challenging them with giving the boys some smaller holds, and the female athletes have got some bigger pinches. But both are looking solid here, moving well. Moving quite quickly, actually.
Yeah, moving really smoothly. And just approaching the roof.
Yeah, Jack just taking a moment to compose himself before he attacks this steep section.
Yeah, just looking at the roof from a new angle, it probably looks a little different from the floor. More accurate representation of what they're going to have to do in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, both athletes handling those long clips well. Jack's done that drop in quite nicely. This bit's a tricky section, you've got to sink low, which he does really well with his hips to bring his hand in. And you've got this powerful bust over with the right hand, which he does well. And you have to unwind from this, keep the tension really good.
Yeah, good work, Jack. Really good tension.
Yeah, climbed really well there. Thea too making quick progress. These guys are still
going strong.
Yeah, still going strong. 2 minutes on the clock. Oh, Thea does stick the move. You can see Thea then tested for the hand jam. Maybe a little bit unsure, so chose to go wide.
Jack up to that sloper. And coming up to the head wall. Let's see if he can make it to this. No.
Oh. Really good fight from Jack. We'll get a similar high point to Max there, but we'll go ahead of him on countback.
Thea definitely in the jam, and she makes it work. Really good beater from Thea there.
Really good effort from Thea there.
Oh, and we just lose her coming out of that. That's quite a small box to move out of, especially when the wall is so steep. It's really hard to kind of pick up your body weight enough to make a long move on angles like that.
Yeah. And as well, that hand jam, if you're not super comfortable, it can feel quite scary and precarious, because if you lose that heel and you fall off with your hand in...
Well, we don't want to think about that, really,
do
do we?
That, do we? So you can see that but the route setters will do that just to trigger that little bit of hesitation. They'll want to see who's really willing to commit, but by getting that pinch out right, by making that high right hand move, they'll move into first place.
Our final 3 athletes now, and we're almost playing for podium positions.
Very exciting. Okay, so here we go. Last 3 competitors in both genders coming out. Next up we have Emily Phillips for the female category, and for the male category we have Kieran Forrest.
Emily, very fiery in personality. Kieran probably couldn't be more opposite.
Yeah,
very mellow man.
Yeah, Kieran from North Wales.
I mean, he works at a donut shop.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? Because Kieran actually, in terms of when we think about the actual standard of climbing that these athletes possess, Kieran is one of the best climbers on the senior team in terms of what he's achieved with his rock climbing performance. You know, he's climbed 9A outside, he's onside really hard, he's consistently...
And very different styles. He did, Big Bang was his 9A, right?
Yeah.
And that's quite techie, would you say?
Yeah, very
with
technical.
a hard slab to finish. And then he's also climbed Pilgrimage, which is full-on roof, so hopefully those skills will help him today. But yeah, such a good all-rounded climber in terms of just pure climbing style.
Yeah. Consistently one of the best climbers that we have in training, but I think just that hasn't quite had the experience internationally yet to push into that. But it's certainly, as you said, he's a great athlete to watch.
Yeah.
He's a really promising talent for the future. And like you said, he's such a contrast to Emily. Emily is fiery, bouncy, full of personality,
yeah,
passionate.
You can really see every emotion she's feeling when she's feeling it, on her face, in her gestures, even in her climbing. So they're both really interesting to watch in such different ways.
Yeah. And in terms of sort of just results for those of you who are listening at home, you know, Emily formerly won a gold medal in the World Youth Championships for combined. She's been a seasoned senior athlete actually for quite a lot of years, because she made the transition into senior competitions fairly early. So is a regular on the circuit. Had an interesting year this year, I think, because she was also doing her exams and, you know, coping with
doing life stuff
at the same time.
A really hard age to, you know, commit everything to a World Cup season and senior performances when you're also, you know, deciding on universities, doing your exams, moving out of home for the first time. So she's had a big year, but I'm sure she'll finish strong, and next year will probably feel like a breeze.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the clock at this point, both of these climbers have made such rapid progress. They're already surpassed the sort of, I suppose, time point previously, with over 3 minutes to go. Both of them getting stuck into the business end of these routes.
Kieran just finding a way to lock his feet. And just whips off in classic Kieran fashion. Spectacular falls only. But he was looking so good. I'm really gutted we lost him there.
Yeah, you definitely got the sense he was capable of quite a few more moves there, but just lost the tension on that rotation, and that was the section Molly and I were saying earlier. When you get out to that sloper, you cannot relax and take that cut unnecessarily. Meanwhile, Emily, very smart through this section, utilising the hand jams really well.
Got her whole forearm in that thing. Keeping really good tension.
Yeah, she is.
Wow. Really good flexibility from Em. Is a pretty tall athlete. I'm super impressed.
Come on, Em. If she can get the plus on here, she'll take the high point.
Come on, Emily. Come on.
She's really working this jam to make sure she can secure this next hold. It must be in well if she can rest there.
Just fumbles the hold, but she's locked in on that jam so she can rest a little bit.
My palms are sweating.
I know.
Come on, Emily. You got it. Yes, sticks that hold to take the high point of the women's. That's Emily into first place. Let's see if she can extend that high point even further.
Come on, she's got it in. She's got that shoulder in. She's climbing super well. Hands a little crossed, but I'm sure she can figure it out.
She's going to make it work. Go on, Emily. Oh.
Just misses the best part of that hold above the lip. She hit slightly too far right, where it's not so good, and in the middle it would have been good enough for her to stick it, I reckon. But a really good fight.
Yeah. Knowing Emily, she's one of the harshest critics of herself. She'll no doubt have a few choice words about her performance. But she was composed in that hand jam there. She took the time to seat that left hand really, really well, and that paid huge dividends because she was able to get the pinch, do the go again, which took her into first place, and then just enough for her to extend that lead. Here we see that replay of Kieran. Such a shame, as you said, Molly, just for him to lose that right foot and then take a...
Yeah, I think we could have seen something special from Kieran there. But these things do happen.
Yeah, undoubtedly a huge talent for the future is Kieran Forrest, and I'm sure we'll see more of him. That was very smart of Emily there, uncrossing her hands, knowing that she probably couldn't swap, so that the top hand would have some room to come up. Therefore, gaining the plus for this move. Very exciting. Okay, so next competitors we've got coming out. For the female category next, we're going to have Zoe Petermans, and for the males, we're going to have Billy Rydell.
Zoe, our winner from last year.
And Billy, a BLCC champion 2019.
Yeah, that's correct.
So Billy's a former, in fact, Billy has been former British Speed and British League champion.
At the same time as well, I think. At the same time.
And Zoe is the reigning British League champion, so there's some good experience out there. Billy had a huge season this year, competing in both lead and boulder internationally.
Zoe well rested from not having a massive season this year. She's definitely been focusing on this one probably since she won last year. I think her head was already at right, I want to win again. So she'll definitely be psyched for today and looking to give her absolute all and probably put some distance between her and the rest of the other girls.
Yeah, definitely. And it's always that thing, isn't it, that in previous years it's so difficult. The international calendar is so dense. Our nationals have always been at difficult times. Often, you yourself have not been able to compete at the British Bouldering Champs because of a clash with the World Cup. And the BLCCs was similar, but we've obviously worked hard to try and, I suppose, get these in positions where we can have our best athletes there. And I know that Zoe will be really keen to show what she can do with a higher level of competitive field with our top women there. And Billy's always keen to impress on home turf, isn't he? The British titles mean a lot to him.
Yeah, for sure. And he's always keen to inspire the next gen as well, like to be there in person, to always compete regardless of how, I guess, long the season has been and how tired he is. He's a really solid and just, inspirational member of the team.
Yeah, he's definitely a very important part of our team, I would say. a very diligent professional, I always think of when I think of Billy.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think as well that kind of is how he climbs as well. He climbs with a lot of diligence as well. He's
Yeah.
a good mover.
Yeah, grew up climbing a lot on the gritstone and is such a wonderful technician. Great slab climber, but also pretty all-rounded.
Yeah, I think he probably defined himself as more technical than he is strong, but he still climbed plenty of hard routes and boulders outside. And
Oh, yeah.
both of these two moving relatively quickly, actually, as they hit the roof section here, under the 3-minute mark. Billy, a very flexible climber, very good with his lower body technique. Finds that toe hook really well for this.
Climbing this bit really smoothly. Let's see if he can keep it going and keep his feet on. I think the hard bit of this next section is finding a good heel-toe combination.
Yeah, slightly different sequence to the other men there, where he chose to sort of use his hands in a different order, coming up left hand first to that slope.
Definitely using his height as well. And Zoe just breezing through this roof section so far. We'll see what she thinks of this hand jam.
Yeah, Zoe, such a powerful climber. I always think
I think she's just, clipping off a foothold here. So, or definitely a very small hold.
Yeah, she's looking solid, both of
You
them.
can tell that she is a specialist lead climber with maybe a little bit more endurance than the previous competitors we've seen.
She definitely looks composed when making those decisions on the wall.
Yeah, she's
Meanwhile,
comfortable being pumped.
Billy really pushing hard here. This is where Joe got that heel hook in. Ooh, super high heel from Billy.
Getting himself into a little bit of trouble here, and Zoe's still trying to figure out what to do in this section, but she has managed.
Yeah, she's got herself round.
A very nice knee bar from Billy.
Yeah, he's really using that. He knows that Joe's high point is probably not far away. He knows he needs to make a few moves here, which he sticks this next one. That's the high point for Billy.
Billy's doing super well.
Oh, Billy!
Oh, the foot slip, no! I think he could have been in.
Meanwhile, Zoe's approaching Emily Phillips' high point too. Billy having just set a high point in the men's. That is Zoe hitting the high point.
Still climbing really well technically. And our first female on the head wall. We get to see what the setters have put up here.
Yeah, great performance from Zoe here. Like you said, putting some distance between her and Emily's high point. Really going to throw the gauntlet down, both of these athletes, for the next competitors.
It looks like it steps up a level here though, so I'm interested to see if she can also step it up a bit.
Oh, we just lose her there on the corner. Just didn't quite get that left hand.
A good fight from Zoe and a guaranteed silver medal.
Yeah, great performance from both her and Billy. Oh, just lost Billy there on the head wall, just not quite, I suppose, lower down. Maybe that high heel, he fumbled that long clip, had to stop, but then he found that good knee bar.
Yeah, here we see on the replay what actually happened, and I think his right foot just slips as he takes his hand off, and he almost recovers, and he goes for that controversial plus at the last second, just trying to throw his hips up convincingly. So I'm interested to see whether. What do you think, Tom? Would you give it to him?
Yeah, tricky. I'd have to watch it again in slow-mo. He might get it. What's hard from our point of view is if he's coming back away from the wall a lot, you can't see. If he's actually moving the direction from here, it'll look like a plus, but he could have been falling off. Have to see. Irrespective, he will be in first place with the final athletes yet to come, and Zoe's also there, so that's put a lot of pressure on the next two, which is Erin McNeese and Jim Pope.
A very new addition to the senior team, and then someone who's been around for quite some time.
You know, actually, I cannot believe that Jim has never won the British League Climbing Championship title. Has he?
I'm not sure about the seniors and juniors, because for a while we did both junior and senior at the same time.
Because I was trying to find out if he'd ever won senior at the same time, and So, yeah, if he'd ever won the senior title, and one of his close friends was telling me that he's always had a Will Bosey to beat, or a.
Oh, I see.
And so actually, last year, obviously Jim climbed super well in the final, but Jack McDougall had an absolute fantastic performance. So I think Jim's been second a lot of times.
Yeah.
But undoubtedly possesses the ability to take this title. Had a fantastic season, did Jim, this year internationally, competing at multiple different levels of competition. Made his first international boulder final in Brixen at the European Cup. He had an absolutely fantastic performance in both disciplines in Munich as a combined athlete. He also won the World University title.
Did he win boulder and lead?
I think he did, yeah, won boulder and lead.
Yeah, very cool.
He then podium at the BBCs. Yeah, a very accomplished all-round climber is Jim. Super nice guy. Another really important male athlete in our team in terms of how he inspires others and, you know, how he approaches his climbing. Which, as you said, total contrast to Erin, who's climbing next to him. Erin is her first international senior season this year. Broke through from the youth team. Only at the beginning, I imagine, of what she's going to do internationally.
Definitely. It's always cool as a slightly older athlete to see all these younger athletes coming through, and I am so impressed at how their capacity, how much they manage to compete in 1 year doing youth and senior events. It's just so impressive how they keep going. So it's good to see Erin here after a very long season.
Yeah, Erin's definitely tenacious. In the conversations we have, she always says how she looks up to you and what you can do.
Aww.
And you know, you've always been somebody who, she always said that she admired your style, is what she said.
Making me blush.
And I think that's really exciting to see, isn't it? It's nice to see that next generation coming through.
Oh, definitely, and it's really nice to be able to climb with them at team trainings and yeah, see that the love for league climbing and just competition in general just carries on.
I think actually it's fair to say the past few years we'd become quite a boulder focused national team, I think, and I think lead has really come back, and I think that the combined has been really good for that as well. Plus I know I myself have personally made a big push to treat lead as an equal, and I think naturally we're seeing some youth athletes come through. They're super hungry for it.
Yeah, definitely. It's cool to see the appetite just increase with every year, really.
Yeah.
Jim making pretty good work of this reef section. Very competent climber in all sorts of disciplines and styles. He trad climbs, he boulders hard, he sport climbs hard, he does multi-pitch. There's nothing that Jim can't really do.
Yeah, he is a very accomplished climber. It's been nice this year to see his competition results, I think, come at a time where, you know, he's been competing for a while, but I think he's just really shown what he's capable of this year, and I just want to see Jim continue that. He's looking comfy at the minute. Yeah,
very comfy as he approaches the head wall. He's got a lot of endurance and a lot of power.
Yeah.
Makes that big slap up, and he's almost away to the top.
Yeah, there's a long move coming up. Jim is one of the shorter competitors, but as you said before, he's got great technique, fitness, and he's very strong. Chalking up in the section would suggest he's got a little bit more left in the tank than maybe the previous. Meanwhile, Erin's clipping, getting ready to get in with this jam section.
We'll see if Jim can take his first British league climbing title, if he hasn't won one before. And he is close now.
Here he is.
And I think we could see a top.
Yeah, I totally agree. Come on, Jim. Yep, he hits it. Come on, Jim, one more move. Yes.
And Jim wins in style.
Congrats, Jim.
Perfect ending.
That's a fantastic performance from Jim. Really, really impressive.
Amazing climbing, well deserved, and I think, finally reflects Jim's talents and what he's capable of. So I'm so happy for him.
Yeah. Those of you at home wouldn't have been able to see Molly and I clapping above our heads there in recognition of Jim's effort. Meanwhile, this is another athlete on the wall who's also vying for her first senior British League Championships title.
She's looking relatively relaxed, only 3 moves short of our high point, I think. But let's see, the moves
Yeah.
get big and powerful from now, so...
Yeah, and Erin will know that Zoe climbed high. She'll know that she can't make any mistakes at this point.
Doesn't have long left on the clock as well, so I think she also timed out yesterday, so that will probably be on her mind as well.
Yeah, here she goes. She sticks
She
that hold.
sticks
That's
it.
it. That's the high point.
And it's the closest of margins between Zoe and Erin. But here is our new national champion.
Oh, fantastic performance from Erin. Erin's pretty tough on herself. She'll be disappointed maybe she didn't go to the top of the route, but she took her time on those 2 pinches there, Molly, just under the head wall. She composed herself well. She knew she had to take those next moves, and she did what she needed to do.
Yeah, fantastic climbing from Erin and fantastic route setting.
Here we see on the replay, this is a great moment watching Jim top this. You could see a big puff of his cheeks.
Job done. A lot of pressure on Jim, having, if you're right, never won a national championship, but so many people believing he's capable of it. And then coming out last, knowing that, you know, Joe and Billy had great climbs. It's a lot of pressure, and to perform under that pressure it should make the win even sweeter for him. I hope it does.
Yeah, the expression looked like relief, but actually, fantastic performance. And looking at Erin here as well, sometimes you want to win and you want to win pretty, and sometimes you gotta win. And actually, that was a great effort, a good example from her of just fighting hard. And actually, where Zoe took that cut to get the left foot really high, got really bunched, Erin maybe smartly there kept her body weight to the right, so she could just do enough to get that hold. So a great performance from her. Wow.
I mean, yeah.
That concludes a pretty
marathon
comm sesh for you and I. We're about to move on to have the podiums here in the arena. I just want to sort of wrap up by saying, Molly, thank you so much for joining me today. An absolute pleasure as always to have you, to have your expertise sharing the booth with me, probably talking more sense than myself.
I don't know about that. Thank you very much for having me. It was so nice to still be a part of this national championships, even though I wasn't climbing myself, and I really hope that you're talking about me next year.
I was going to say,
not talking to me. I say this every time I join the commentary booth, but honestly, I will be climbing next year.
I was going to say, so that was my question. Like, I'm hoping that you'll be
I'll
back
be
next year.
Of course, there's definitely a few more years left in me.
That's good. So to everyone at home, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for tuning in and listening to this live commentary for the British League Climbing Championships 2022. I just want to say a big thank you to Awesome Walls for being our generous hosts. A thank you to all of our sponsors, in particular Beta Climbing Designs and Contact for all the lovely holds. Thank you, of course, to Molly for joining me and providing such great insight. Thank you to the BMC and GB Climbing for organising this event as well. This concludes the end of our 2022 season. It's been a big year, but an exciting year for our team, an exciting year for our sport, and we look forward to catching up with you next year for more exciting competition climbing and the beginning of the Paris Olympic qualification. See you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Hi folks, and welcome back to the British Lead Climbing Championships 2022. We just had a short break there while we were prepping for the podiums. You're back in the commentary box with myself, Tom Greenall, head coach at GB Climbing, as I'm just going to walk you through the finalists for each of the different categories. So we're just having a brief thank you from the competition program manager for GB Climbing, Zoe Spriggins, who's just thanking all of the different sponsors, all of the volunteers, route setters, judges, and everyone that's come together this weekend to make this event a huge success. So in a few moments' time we're going to begin with the medal presentation ceremonies and podiums for all the different categories. For today we're going to have presentations for 5 different groups. We're going to have presentations for the veterans category, for the youth C category, the youth B category, the youth A category and senior, the latter four all being male and female. So we should have a total of about 10 podiums, so I hope you're sitting comfortably. So Zoe's just welcoming in the delegation that are going to present the medals for these podiums. First of all, we have one of our setting team, Zoe Wood. Zoe is a female setter from North Wales who's graduated from our UK Sport funded progression route setting programme. So she's joined our national route setting team and she'll be presenting the medals together with Dave Barons, one of our setting team from the competition, who you'll also know as one of our most decorated international male competitors too. So first up we have the vets category. Due to the small field we only had 2 competitors in this, but in second place for this we have Nigel Leeming from London, and in the gold medal position taking first place we have Serek Kazbekov from Ukraine. Serek, as you might know, is the father of Evgeny Kazbekova, who competes in the International World Cup circuit and former Olympian. He was also alongside his wife and daughter today, who will also collect gold medals. Now on to the veteran females category. In third place we have Vicky Askew. In second place we have Andrea Gregory. And in first place we have Natalia Palova, also from Ukraine. Wife of Serek, who you just saw pick up the medal in the veteran men's. Congratulations to all our veteran female medalists. Okay, we now move on to the female C category. Where in third place we have Caitlin Fletcher. In second place we have Lily Moss. And in first place we have Rafi Kazbekova from Ukraine. Rafi completing 3 gold medals for the Kazbekova family this afternoon. That's a pretty impressive stat. that's nice to see. Congratulations to all athletes in the UC female category for their podium. So next up we're going to have the male UC category. Podium's presented here by Dave Barons. In third place we have Tom Buchnet. I think that's how you pronounce your last name. Sorry Tom if that's wrong. In second place we have Isaac Sutton. And in first place we have Javier Seacombe from London. Congratulations to all of our male UC podium athletes at this British Championships. Okay, moving on swiftly, we're going to move to the female Youth B podium. And we're going to start off in third place with Sheffield local Connie Bridgens, who climbed ever so well on that orange and black route. She got within one move of the top of that route. In second place we have Lily Kinnersley. Lily climbed incredibly well. She actually topped the route, but was second on countback. And in first place, fantastic overall podium win from Faye McDougall. So big congratulations to our female Youth B podium. Okay, moving on to the male Youth B podium. In third place we have Cameron McLean. In second place we have Tom Steele. And in first place, a fantastic win for Sam Hammond. Sheffield local, climbed incredibly well on the final route, great flow on that top section. He really deserved that win, climbed super well. He made up with that. Congratulations to all the male Youth B podium athletes. Great performances all round. So moving on at a rapid pace here, we're going to get on to the female Youth A podium. In third place we're going to have Rena Conroy. In second place we're going to have Emma Edwards. And in first place we're going to have Kaylin Lehman, or Lenahan I should say. So two Irish athletes are going to be on this podium. There's Emma Edwards in second. And Kaylin Lenahan there in first place. Congratulations to our female Youth A podium. Okay, moving on to the male Youth A podium. In third place we have Oscar Phillips. In second place we have Tom Healy. And in first place we're going to have Dylan Soyne. So there's Tom collecting his silver medal. And in first place, Dylan Soyne. Dylan actually an Australian who's now moved to the UK. Congratulations to all three men there on their podiums in Youth A. So here we go, straight on to the female podium. In third place, massive performance from Emily Phillips. Wherever she's gone. There she is. In second place we have last year's champion, Zoe Petermans. Be very happy to be on the podium there. But in first place for her first British Lead Championships senior title, Erin McNeice. Her first senior title. Congratulations to all the senior women on their podium. Okay, moving on very quickly to our final podium, the senior men's. In third place we have Joseph Zabirius. Joseph, a member of our youth climbing team. I think that's his first senior British national final and podium there medal, so great day for Joe. In second place we have Billy Rydell, who climbed ever so well, just lost his footing at the top of that wall to be beaten into second. But in first place, a very, very well-deserved title that feels like it's been a very, very long time coming for Mr. Jim Pope. Massive congrats to our senior men there on their podium. Some great performances all around. Jim, the only athlete to top the male route, which is fantastic. So that concludes the medal presentation ceremony for our British Lead Climbing Championships 2022. Just on behalf of the organisers, GB Climbing, the British Mountaineering Council, Awesome Walls, who've been a fantastic venue and host for us, plus all of our sponsors, including Beta Climbing Designs and Contact Holes, we wish you a very, very good afternoon. Hope you enjoy a nice evening, and from everyone here at the team, including myself, Tom Greenall, in the commentary box, thank you for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you soon.